Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Excellencies. Thank you very much for coming to today's Forum for World Education. And we thank very much for everyone's participation, especially Chancellor Tong and Chancellor Yu. Thank you very much for joining us today and sharing with us about your views about how the future generation is going to be and your practices in global education. So the event today is co-organized by the Forum for World Education at NYU Shanghai, with special thanks to Global Shippers Bangkok Community, Shanghai Sustainability Communications Advisory and Beta Fellowship, and the speakers who are young entrepreneurs and have contributed greatly to the work and knowledge of today's forum. We are very proud that FWE is committed to provide an inclusive platform for global business leaders, education policymakers, and world-renowned academics to engage in the conversations and debates on education issues. Core issues explored by FWE includes economic growth and prosperity, the quality of the nation's workforce, employment prospect in digital society, and opportunities and equality for students. And today, our forum will be focusing on sustainable development, youth leadership, and technology and AI. These are the three fields that intrigue some brilliant insights and achieved more, let's say, consensus on economic sustainability. That's why we made today's agenda into two main parts. The first part, which we're very excited to hear from, that is coming up, is the opening speech that we're going to have Chancellor Yu, the founding chancellor of and the honorary president of NYU Shanghai, and Chancellor Tong, who is the current chancellor of NYU Shanghai, that is doing a lot of important projects, and Stephen Golden, the vice president of FWE Board of Directors and a member of the steering committee, and Gao Yutong Tony, the co-founder and president of Easy Transfer, and Jacob Thomas, who is the founder and CEO of MSC Consulting and one of the Forbes China's 30 under 30 elites. And there are many other opening guests of this forum. So we are very excited for today's exciting themes and the topics we're going to have. Then we're gonna have the panels of three themes. The first thing is about sustainable development as SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which has been brought out by the previous Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, has aroused that the attention of a sustainable development of the world. On the one hand, there is the economic growth. On the other hand, there's social responsibilities. So we're going to have panelists including Sai Patraprist, a Thai member of the World Economic Forum of Global Outstanding Youth Community, and the founder of Chiwit and the Venture Capital Department of Sia Commercial Bank in Thailand, and Chris Sapavaktankul, the Portfolio Growth Manager, and Tata Santaputra, Indonesian Observer for Asian G20 Youth Summit, and Chief Analyst of the Lantau Group, and Bank Chawenji, the founder of Hill Tribe Education Foundation and the lecturer at Teachers College, Columbia University. So we're going to talk about education as well as the chats on sustainable development. Then we're jumping to the second theme of the second panel, which is called youth leadership. We have panelists such as Zhu Qing, the founder of CEO of Pamba Echo website and Forbes 30 under 30, and co-founder and global youth champion Elaine Wu, and Zhao Xuechen, the founder and CEO of Bio Funding. And and also the funding partner of Tahil Venture, and Alice Amekha, a young leader of FWE and a doctoral candidate in education and international development of Cambridge University, who is going to share with us about youth leadership and the importance of education and what they've gained in global education. And the third part is going to focusing on technology and AI, as we see that current age, we explored a lot of growth, and those growth were generated greatly by technology and the advancement of artificial intelligence and so on. So we've invited the speakers such as Xu Ping, the founder and CEO of Snaply, and Wang Tie, the Harvard University Baker Scholar and a co-founder of CEO General Water Technology, and Yu Jia, founder and CEO of UniCareer, also a Forbes 30 under 30, and Yunfei Ma, who is an elite member of the age of under 30, and also the founder of Beta Fellowship and a Stanford alumni. So thank you again, everyone, and we welcome literally everyone to join us in this panel. As this generation of young leaders is the largest in the history, if we invest in their education and empowerment, we can transform our world in a better form, in a better way. And I call on all partners to support youth entrepreneurship, self-employment, and youth-led businesses, as FWE will do its part to encourage youth participation rate and to encourage youth participation through FWE's Young Leader program. We also support young entrepreneurs in advancing a more sustainable future. Just as the slogan of today's forum, be sustainable, be diligent, and be global. So let's support and collaborate and really, really work together and understand the importance of global education. And we very much look forward to the ideas that we're going to have today, shared by all the brilliant speakers that we are very honored to have. We really appreciate to have. So now I will give my talking time to Chancellor Yu, who the founding chancellor of NYU Shanghai, and he has made a lot of contributions to both FWE and NYU Shanghai. So I will give my screen to Chancellor Yu, and thank you everyone today for joining us.
Thank you. Hello everyone, good morning, or maybe good afternoon or good evening. So everywhere around the world. As a person to connect it to host FWE and the NYU Shanghai, I would like to talk a little bit about FWE and the global education at the beginning of this forum. The Forum for World Education, FWE, is a non-profit world organization with its headquarters in Cambridge and in Massachusetts, operating in major cities throughout of the world. The mission is to transform education in answer to the skill and the knowledge requirements of current and the future global society, its economic growth, social progress, and sustainability. FWE aims to provide an inclusive setting for business and thought leaders to engage in an ambitious and far-reaching conversation about the future of education, the workforce, and play a catalytic role in transforming education system to better equip the new generations with the knowledge, skill, and the mindset for a challenge of the rapid changing world. Nowadays, our world is full of uncertainty and instability. Whatever the political and the diplomatic conflicts or economic and trade frictions. Therefore, people-to-people exchange are much more important. The value of global education is of significance. The world consists of multicultures we should recognize the difference between cultures and respect the difference. But more important, we need to seek what a human being has in common to cope with the complicated problems which human beings are facing. People around the world need to cooperate hand in hand and to promote the sustainable development. However, if there is no exchange and communication among the people, especially the lack of direct communication and exchange between young people, it is bound to deepen cultural misunderstanding and conflict. In 2006, on behalf of East China Normal University, I went to New York and signed a cooperative agreement with New York University for setting up NYU Shanghai Center. Both John Sexton, the former president of NYU, and I believe that the university education should not be only based on one culture and the need to be based on multicultures in the era of globalization, so that students can expose to different culture as well as study and live with the classmates from different cultural backgrounds during the 4-year undergraduate study. Let the world be a classroom for students. NYU Shanghai was established based on these ideas. Global education provides young students the opportunity to experience, witness, and deeply experience different cultures, enhance the ability of cross-cultural exchange and communication, and therefore to have a more rational and complete understanding of this multicultural world. The core of global education is helping young students to discover a world with more opportunities, to understand the cope with the different cultures, to pay attention to global issues, and to actively participate in solving complicated global problems. Not only for this, it also emphasizes active learning driven by interests, problem-oriented practice, and promotes critical thinking, sense of innovation and creativity, humanistic spirit, and social responsibility. All of these are the urgent requirements of our current and the future society. It also needs to pay high attention in education transformation. This is what I want to say to all the young people. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As Chancellor Yu has been the bridge between FWE and NYU Shanghai, I really feel like your contribution and your impact in global education has inspired a lot of us to really study and contribute. And thank you very much for your opening address. And we're very looking forward to our next coming up keynote addresses by FWE and NYU Shanghai. So firstly, may I welcome Stephen Golden, who is the Vice President of FWE. And thank you, Stephen, for logging in. And we're very excited for hearing your topic on the topic of young entrepreneurship and the importance of global education. Hi.
Hi. Thank you, Angel. And welcome from FWE. I'm honored to have been asked to participate in this webinar. And I want to thank all of the organizers for putting this webinar together. I want to thank all of the participants who are sharing their thoughts and their ideas from FWE. And I certainly want to thank those of you who have logged in to listen to this webinar, which I think is rather timely. I mean, one of the things that FWE thinks about as a broader organization is the evolving changes that are taking place in global leadership in education, and more particularly the changing of the guard, which is why FWE supports the Young Leaders Program, and why FWE looks to young leaders around the globe to bring their time, their knowledge, their energy, their enthusiasm to helping to expand opportunities for students on a global basis. And I think that one of the things that we should not forget from an FWE perspective is that we are going through a significant dislocation in higher education around the globe. And while there is a steady hand at the tiller, there is, quite frankly, many young leaders who are coming forward with new and creative ideas to thinking about how to improve educational opportunities globally, how to think about linking educational opportunities between countries. And I think that's a very healthy sign for global education as we think about what the future may bring. And more specifically, let me just talk briefly about cross-cultural communication and to focus on the fact that it is important, I think, if you think about educational institutions, one of the things that they do is they build communities. They recruit diverse student bodies. They attract them from different parts of the world. They attract them from different parts of the country. They attract them from different socioeconomic groups. They attract them based upon different skill sets, different interests, and so forth. And the whole purpose of that is to build a community that represents more of what the world looks like and what students will, the world that students will be operating in the future. And thinking about the importance of international education as a part of that building of community is something that FWE believes is extremely important as we think about the opportunities that FWE believes we should be creating in terms of economic and social opportunities across the spectrum for all citizens throughout the world. It is also important, also from a pedagogical perspective, in the sense that it is through the teaching of this community where there's an opportunity to share ideas and to learn cultures and to learn about different perspectives that this sense of community, this global community, can be more effectively created. And so for FWE and its support for the young leaders, FWE and its support for international education, FWE and its belief in global education, it is in part derived from this belief that we are trying to build a community of educators, of educated citizens who have a common interest in creating economic opportunities for people around the globe. And I think that's a very important part of our mission as the forum, but also it's, quite frankly, a very important part of the mission for any educational institution, regardless of what country they may reside in. And when we think about international education, what we are also, I think, have to be cognizant of is that the world in which students will be operating in is a world that's going through significant dislocation. Here in the United States, it's projected that a student who graduates from K through 12 education, which is our pre-college educational system, is going to probably have 11 to 11 and a half jobs in their career. That means that once every 4 years, they will be changing jobs. Of that, almost 50% of those jobs do not exist today. There's not an understanding of what those jobs will look like, when that student turns 35 or 40. There's not an understanding of the skill sets that they will be required. I don't think that's relegated to just the United States. I think that's a global issue. I think we see it in China. I think we see it in Europe. I think we see it on a global scale, which means that students around the world are going to face the same type of competition. And the opportunity to create a global educational experience through international education that allows students to learn how other countries' economies work, what opportunities there are in other countries for economic opportunities for themselves to go to, I think are going to become more and more a common practice. And I think that's going to be true in some measure because of what we're seeing take place right now on a global basis in terms of the need to find more educated people for the workforce. Coming out of the pandemic, we see a lot of dislocation in the labor force. We see a lot of jobs that are not being filled. We see a lot of skill sets that companies need, but they're not able to find. And I think that this is going to be a major theme as we look to the future in terms of how we create opportunities for students to get the skill sets, get the educational training that they need. And this is going to be part of, I think, a country's sort of economic security. It is the ability to have a workforce that can support the needs of the country and the citizenry of the country so that they can continue to grow and evolve from an economic standpoint. And that is part of what the mission is for FWE, is to sponsor that kind of educational opportunity to allow for economic mobility, to allow for social mobility. And this is what the young leaders have been charged with thinking about. So I think, again, international education offers an opportunity for students around the globe to learn and grow from other countries' experiences and to develop the skill sets that they need in order to be their own best advocate for entrepreneurial activity, for business activity, for economic growth. And so, again, I think that this speaks very strongly to why international educational opportunities are so important for students as we come out of the COVID pandemic and we think about what's happening in the global economy and the needs of the global economy and what opportunities that may provide for students. And partly why this is so important, if we think about it, is that what we are trying to do is we're trying to create a sustainable world. We're trying to create a world that quite frankly is economically sustainable. We're trying to create a world that is dealing with the healthcare issues that we have been confronted with over the last 4 or 5 years that have caused significant dislocation. We are trying to deal with a world where we are trying to advance and promote society so that more and more people can be in the middle class and more people can feel that they are secure in their ability to take care of their families, to raise their children, to feel that they are giving their next generation every opportunity for being successful. And this is common ground across all people, across all countries. It's not relegated to any one country. This is something that FWE believes is relegated to every country and to every person who wants to make sure that they are able to take care of their families and that they will have the opportunity to grow and develop economically and to live a quality of life that allows them to be able to enjoy their families, to enjoy the experience. And so it is in this period where we are going through this kind of change of the guard in terms of higher education and in education in general, where we know that there are many, many new ideas that we need to be willing to test. We need to be willing to experiment with. We need to be willing to take the risk. And that is why FWE has created the Young Leaders Program, because it is from the next generation of educational leadership that I think we will see the kind of fundamental change, the kind of risk taking, the kind of new programming that will benefit future generations in a variety of different ways. And so I'm honored to be able to come and talk to you today. I think the mission of FWE, as it was originally intended, which is to think about how to improve the socioeconomic opportunities of all citizens around the world, is a worthy mission, and that it is something that the forum has been working on diligently over the last 2 years. And again, I thank the Young Leaders sponsors who have spent the time pulling together this program and bringing the speakers together, because I think it is only through this kind of discourse and dialogue and thinking that we will find the solutions for the future. And for that, I again, Angel, I thank you. I thank your team, and I am honored to be able to speak to you here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your insightful information. As you were saying, international education provides us with the avenue to be more diverse, be more global, be more humble. And entrepreneurs have a vision. Successful entrepreneurs don't wait for opportunities to fall into their laps. They take initiatives and have solid understanding of where they want to go. And of course, no one can accurately predict the future, but a good, well-educated or a good entrepreneur knows what they want and has an idea of how to get in it and look into the picture about to have the skills to ensure that each step is reached on the way to achieving that ultimate goal. So thank you very much, Steve, for emphasizing the importance of education. And thank you for also elaborating FWE's platform's meaning and the Young Leaders Program to our audience. And now I'm going to welcome one of our most important speakers, Chancellor Tong, our keynote speaker, who is currently the NYU Shanghai's Chancellor and is very supportive of our forum today. And Chancellor Tong will give us an overview of what NYU Shanghai, which is we see as one of the most successful example of how international collaboration and how international education can be for both students and educators and young entrepreneurs. Why is it a field for young entrepreneurs? So I will give the mic and the background to you, Chancellor Tong, and we're very excited and looking forward to your shares. Thank you.
Okay, friends, colleagues, and students. Some of our students are also here. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas with you. And I have been extremely fortunate to serve higher education and serve students for many, many years. And 2 years ago, a little more than 2 years ago, I was lucky enough to be appointed or selected to be Chancellor Yu Lizhong's successor. You know, it's not an easy job to be Chancellor Yu's successor, because he is, you know, one of the best higher education leaders, in my view, probably in also many other people's view. And we have been working together for many years, but now I have to do something without his close watch and close, guide. It's a great opportunity, opportunity of learning also. So I want to use PPT. Let me see. Okay. I made a PPT. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So the topic of my today's speech is learn to do the best as and for the next generations. These days, in Shanghai, as in many other parts of the world, talks about weather are no longer small talks. We did our small talks before the forum was started as well. We talked about temperature in Singapore, in Shanghai, in Thailand, and it's surprising that temperature in Shanghai this year was much higher than what temperature in Singapore, right? But usually what talks about weather are small talks. And when I was learning English many years ago, my English language speaker, English language teachers usually told me about that. But these days, talks about weather are not always and very often are not small talks, are very big talks. Very big talks in everyday life, very big talks on TV and on the various forums. Now, at the highest stake is the destiny of the next generations, including today's and tomorrow's college students. As American philosopher John Rawls once quoted approvingly, the difference between a politician and a statement lies in the fact that a politician looks to the next election. A statement looks to the next generation. I guess in today's world, what dismays us most is the fact that one country after another, I mean, their government declared that they will not continue to implement their carbon neutralization policies. For example, they give up their clean energy plans made very carefully and many years ago, because of many reasons. But the first reason would be, I guess, the next election. But this kind of moment, next generation tend to be neglected. It's a really great pity. Now, college students are those who both belong to the next generations and who could have great influence upon those who are supposed to have the greatest responsibility for the next generations. So college students are young entrepreneurs as well, have a very special connection, either with the term next generation, because they are themselves part of the next generation. I mean, looking from the viewpoint of adult society. And they can also have a great influence on political leaders who are supposed to have big responsibilities for the next generations. And college students are also those who hold a special position in addressing, I think, a very important paradox, I would say, mentioned by Karl Marx. Karl Marx, when he was himself a young intellectual at the age of 27, he wrote his most famous thesis on Feuerbach. Probably many of you have also learned. The third thesis of his thesis on the Feuerbach goes like that. He said, materialist doctrine, I mean, French philosophers and people like Feuerbach, concerning the materialist doctrine concerning the changing of circumstances and upbringing, forgets that the circumstances are changed by man, because materialist, according to material doctrine, people are results of circumstances, but the circumstances are changed by man. And they also think people are educated. They are results or achievements of education. But the point is that the educator must himself to be educated. I think that's a very important circle, very important kind of a paradox. This doctrine must therefore divide society into two parts, one of which is superior to society. But that's not a good society. From this kind of society, how can you expect a good generation of young people to come? So you have to break the circle. You have to solve this paradox. Now, I think, it's quite a serious theoretical problem, but I want to emphasize here, young generation, I mean, young college students, young entrepreneurs, they, hold a special position in addressing this paradox. Since many of you have already reached the stage where you simultaneously belong to people being educated and people doing education. So you have double identities to some degree. You are not only people being educated, but also people doing education, especially when we understand the term education broadly enough to include our services too, and our impacts upon our larger communities with words and deeds. Here, I would like to share with you some of my ideas on how to do our best, how to do your best as part of the next generations, and how to do our best together for the generations next to each of us. First, always to be optimistic. Since the strongest argument for being optimistic, in my view, would be this: you surely do not want to turn something bad to something even worse by not being optimistic. I think that's a major argument for being an optimist. Maybe we are not yet in a situation where we need to refer to this argument in order to be an optimist. But I hope it will help you to keep being optimistic in a realistic way. As Norwegians like to say, det finner ikke dårlig vær på dårlig klær. I try to pronounce it correctly. In English, there is no bad weather, only bad clothes. 没有 in Chinese 没有好的没有不好的天气，只有不好的衣裳。This picture was sent to me by a Norwegian friend of mine. Recently. So this is my first advice or first idea to be shared with you. Secondly, always to be forward moving as well as forward looking. In a period when many young people are talking about 躺平 or lying flat, you should listen to the teaching of the person who knows most, perhaps, in the world about movement. That is Albert Einstein. In a letter to his son Edward in 1930, yes, Einstein wrote, "By mention is SV by velo, nur wenn fährt, kann between the balance halted." Life is like you ride a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. And I'm a fan of bicycle riding. Before, of course, I knew this saying by Einstein. And I'm happy that many of my colleagues and students are also fans of bike riding. Last autumn, we organized a bike ride together on the Chongming Island. I hope this year, this fall or autumn, it's still possible for us to organize an event like that. And then my third advice or third idea to be shared with you is that always to be ecologically minded, especially ecologically minded in the sense of cherishing what you have been luckily endowed and luckily provided, or in the sense of not wasting any precious resources available, and of trying your best to put these resources to the best use. For people of younger generations, in my view, the most important kind of precious resources are opportunities to learn, or the opportunities to learn things important not only to your own individual life, but also to the life of your fellow human beings, millions of those who are either closely around you or many, in most cases, far apart from you. But actually, we share the same destiny, especially when we consider the accelerating, alarming climate crisis and something like that. And in today's world, I would say, opportunities for international education are surely among the most important and precious resources. If you are really ecologically minded, you should not waste any precious important resources. And I think opportunities for international education are among the best and the most important precious resources, in my view. International education is important, first of all, as a mode of learning itself. As Gerd said, those who know nothing of foreign languages know nothing of their own. And I can provide more arguments for this insight, because it's really important to have kind of a bilingual, not education, but also bilingual career life and bilingual personal life in general, in my view. And Rousseau also has a very to the point to say here. He said that whoever has seen only one people does not know man. He knows only the people with him or with whom he has lived. Because if you know only one nation, people of one nation, it would be difficult for you to make generations from people of different nations. So international education in this sense is education in the authentic sense. And international education is important, moreover, as a form of international relationship, especially a form of relationship between two countries as powerful and influential as China and the United States. It is a form of authentic, I want to say, genuine international relationship with regard to all countries as well, of course. Yeah, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the U.S. President Nixon's, let me see, I should, yeah. 50th, this year, I should say, this year marks the 10th anniversary of NY Shanghai. NY Shanghai was formally launched on the 15th of October of 2012. And yeah, the current Central Avenue building was started, the construction was started 1.5 years before that. And then the first students were, first cohort of students were received at the one of the buildings of the beautiful campus, downtown campus of ECNU. And then, you know, then we moved to the current Central Avenue revenue. And this year is also the 50th anniversary of US President Nixon's visit to China and the issuing of the Sino-USA Shanghai Communique. As the Chancellor of Sino-American Joint University Station in Shanghai, as a person who started to learn English from the religious courses after that, you know, historical breakthrough, and as a person who has benefited himself, myself benefited immensely from opportunities of learning across the world from countries like Iceland up in north and Brazil down in the south. You know, before COVID came, it was so easy to take international trips. So I'm sure I have learned something very important in how to interpret and even how to realize what is in Karl Marx's mind when he demanded in 1864 to vindicate, he said, the simple laws of morals and justice, which ought to govern the relations of private persons as the rules paramount of the international intercourse of nations. In some other occasions, I said that actually the current interactions between political leaders of different countries actually are not very good ways of education, because all communications are educational, are educative, have educational values. But young people learn from the way how political leaders interact with each other, the ways they will, you know, communicate with other people. So we should keep it in mind that everything an adult do will have an educational influence upon younger generations. So basically, international relationship should follow rules that also we teach our children to follow in dealing with their, you know, counterparts. To put it simply, the best way of international education is that between co-learners in the classroom, that is the called the world. learning from each other while learning to address problems they are asked to solve individually, in most cases, jointly. Problems they have special responsibilities to solve for many reasons. Some people are really holders of special responsibilities in this regard, especially those problems and crises that are more and more seriously inflicting pains on people of all nations, especially those of later generations, of future generations. In order to fulfill our historically important global missions as people engaged in international education in different capacities, I would say, we should do our best to give a greater role to the fine traditions of all nations in the world, starting with fine traditions of our own home countries. When in ancient Greece, Plato's Socrates said that wonder is the feeling of a philosopher, and the philosophy begins in wonder. In ancient China, the commentator of the book of Change surmised that its author may have written the book out of huge worry, of huge anxiety, as a result of a terrible experience of calamities. Facing the accelerating climate crisis mentioned earlier, I would argue for paying more attention to these two traditions that may be named with the letter W. Two, the tradition of wandering and the tradition of worry, so that our youngsters will be fostered with the will tied with a strong sense of responsibility, and the skill boosted by a strong sense of curiosity at the same time. I think in this world, you need both. Of course, in our school, we ask our students to be curiosity, keep, as Jobs would say, that keep hungry, keep thirsty, keep foolish, just in order to know more. That's extremely important. And that's especially in Chinese tradition, we need to emphasize this, to learn from this tradition. But on the other hand, we need to be careful. We need to have a strong sense of crisis, a strong sense of responsibility, because some mistakes if some mistakes are made in this generation, it would be difficult for people of later generations to correct these mistakes, because to correct a certain kind of mistake, you need to have conditions. Probably these conditions are erased by the mistakes committed by people of this generation. So it's a really terrible situation. We need to combine the tradition of wonder with the tradition of worry, and combine the sense of responsibility and the sense of curiosity. Only with the help of an education for and with the sense of responsibility and the sense of curiosity, I think, can we be closer to a day when our talks about weather become small talks again, and small talks before serious talks, big or small, on other more interesting, significant topics among people from all countries and among people of all generations. That's all. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Tong. Chancellor Tong, I've always enjoyed your speech of sharing because he always quote from the philosophers. As everyone knows, Professor Tong is also a renowned scholar and philosopher with deep understanding of the Western and Chinese philosophies, as well as an author with many publications. And he's been very actively involved in academic activities internationally and has been highly recognized, of course, by his colleagues, both at home and abroad. So I think Professor Tong's sharing through a philosophical point of view, through his through the practical and understanding of philosophy, we've all learned from him of what does it mean to being a great entrepreneur sometimes requires self-sacrifice and require there's just more than we can expect ourselves, and always being moving forward, always leveraging the power that and the networks that they have in order to achieve a greater sense of influence. And thank you very much, Professor Tong, Chancellor Tong, also for your support of NYU Shanghai to collaborate on this event, as we know that NYU Shanghai is a great field for lots of young entrepreneurs to have their start in their business, to have their minds being like a seed to grow in the soil. And now we are going to invite two keynotes that are young leaders. The first one is Yutong Gao, Tony. Tony, we've been a longtime friends, and he's also a FWE young leader. We've heard a lot of 30 under 30, but he's actually 25 under 25. So I will give my mic to him and allow him to introduce himself and tell us the great work that he's doing, and the advice you have to share with our audience today.
Thank you, Angel. And today is really my pleasure to be here. And as you guys know, every time speaking after Chancellor Tong, gives me huge pressure, especially he always quote all the philosophers. And for my part, so I'm going to give the speech in the another direction. I guarantee it's a wonderful speech. I did prepare this for several days and able to find the right data to show you guys the impact has bring to the global to the international students body group. And hopefully my speech can bring some thoughts to each one of you guys. Yeah. And so the reason why I'm here is thanks to Andrew and Dr. Davis and Stacey Might, is because we as the international payment processors, we each year we help many students paying their tuitions online. So we do have many first-hand data, and I can share with you guys some interesting aspects from the data group. So overall, as IIE the research tells us, there's around 690,000 international students from China each year studying abroad into different countries. And for us, we do have 160,000 more students using the system each year. That makes 23% of the market share. So we do have many first-hand data to provide, and I wish all these numbers could contribute to today's event, which the 160,000 Chinese students we helped transfer more than 6.2 billion. $6.6 billion US in transaction volumes, and now we're supporting more than 1,700 institutions across 9 different countries. So with all of that, I have 5 small topics prepared with numbers. So the first topic I'm going to share is the post-COVID rebound of international education exchange. So in the past 2 years, because of COVID, everyone in the higher education industries, students, professors, schools, all had much difficulties. And we believe that international students are coming out of the uncertainty about the future created by the pandemic in the past 2 years now. And with the borders open up, and the international students, particularly from China, return to study overseas, they actually face new economic and social integration challenge in the post-COVID area. And for the first data, Asia itself, actually led by China and India, makes up to 72% of the international students population in the US and 52% of the international student population in the UK. And what's more interesting, they have the potential to contribute to almost 80% of the growth in foreign students by 2025. So like, I know like all of the speakers, the attendees today might have a huge interest or are already currently involved in the higher education industry. So this part, this is the like number we really need to pay attention to. And like now, like international students, like they do need institutional support to keep coming back to higher education institutions in the West. So that actually brings to the second topic, small topic I'm going to share, is that like going global is the new normal. So although the in-person class has now like resumed post-pandemic, but like as you guys know, like getting students back to campus isn't easy. Not only because of logistic, but also the global economic downturn may have led many students and their family to economize on the expense related to studying abroad. And why this number is important. So from the first number, you can see like international students, like the numbers bouncing back for like Indian international students. India sent 12% more students to the US in 2021. But in comparison, on the other like part, the UK attracted more than 60% more students from India this year. So that shows like why there's like a huge gap, because as you guys know, like the US institutions, like they charge like really high tuition fees for international students. Like no matter they're from India, they're from China, they're from Malaysia, like each year on average from our like data, all the higher educations, like on average, they charge around 50 to 60,000 US dollars as for the tuition fees for international students. But in comparison, UK only charge half of the amount. And you know, like undergrad in the US takes 4 years, graduate school takes 2 years. And in the UK, undergrad only has 3 years and the graduate school only have 7 to 12 months. So that actually like brings a huge difference in the economic side. And also like the other side of the like the table, like UK only attract 3% more students from China in 2020 to 2021. This is mainly because right now the border is still closed, like in that period. But now like the border has been like open up, and we do see that from our part, from our like data, the Chinese students, international students studying in the UK, the number actually is growing. And for this year, we predict we'll have around the same growth compared to India to UK, which is 50 to 60% more from like China to like UK compared to the US. So like, I mean, like for all the institutions, like to attract and return international students in an economically and socially turbulent environment, it is imperative for each of us to create a safety net by providing more logistical support, more comprehensive initiatives for inclusions, and interactive channels that address students' well-being. All this topic is like much beyond academic like area, but like to make sure like we got to make sure that each of the international students, they have a way back to the campus. This is truly important to any of us. And third, creating a sustainable model for students' well-being. So beyond financial aid and academic guidance, so international students, they also want to seek a sense of belonging in the foreign environment, primarily like system inclusions and integrations, both socially as well as through the technology. So many universities, I mean, like through the traditional software and system used by university, they often follow a one-size-fits-all approach. And I mean, this unfamiliarity can be difficult and intimidating for new international students. The obvious problems here, we have two like issues we need to solve. So the first one is the language barriers. And and also the second one is the lack of knowledge about the availability and accessibility of the support initiatives. So many higher institutions, like they're like chancellors, they're like a president, like always, like when they have the China trip, come to us and asking me, Tony, why we offered so much support to the international Chinese students group, but no one has ever used that resources because of the language barrier. So the challenge, especially like many of the challenge is not posed to like Chinese international students, but to their parents. So their parents is the one who trying to look to access more information about their children's education and well-being, or look into accomplish more complex logistic process like international payments. Hence, an end-to-end strategy is required to address the mental health and well-being of this students community. And fourth, we entrepreneur need to be diligent in the changing world. So like we do, as you guys know, we do help like international students better paying their tuitions. We do help university to prepare the incoming students for their environment from very early on. So besides our payment business, like we do think it is important to make international students better engage in the environment much prior to they actually on board in the country. So we do work with many international students association, like Chinese Student and Scholar Association, CSSA, to support students and also their parents more like local information before they departed in the country, and give them like all the details they need, orientations on students' life abroad, as well as navigating the university registrations and financial system while avoiding fraud. So this will definitely alleviate their worries for family, for international students as their a child enter into a totally unfamiliar environment. So we do also help the OIS, Office of International Students, help them improve the assimilation process for newly admitted international students. So we help them create many social meetup groups via the social networks such as WeChat, WhatsApp, Facebook groups that actually help students find common interest and geographical backgrounds. So this will definitely help them establish a sense of belonging well in advance of the students' arrival in the campus. And so for each of us working in the higher industry, we do believe that this bridge between application process and arriving on campus is super important. And we have to trying our best to close the bridge between these two destinations. And last, eliminating the barrier to international education. So institution involved in in the logistical process for international students, like banks, the registration system, they actually create the artificial barriers for international students matriculation. And these barriers actually and challenges could range from the complex, having the students navigating the regulatory environment and compliance with local laws by themselves, to the deceptively simple lack of guidance and support in the local language and time zone. So by removing all the barriers for international students to apply and to matriculate in their institutions, and eliminating the bureaucracy of international students matriculation process, we want to ensure that university actually address the real needs of the international students community. And why all of this is important. So when the education institutions care about the well-being of its international students, it will help them build a global reputation and attract more talents. International higher education is a huge industry. It's expected to become a $433 billion industry by 2030. And as a leader in education, it is truly important that we continue to address the overall well-being of international students from economic, social, emotional, psychological, and social aspects. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Tony has been very carefully prepared all the data for the last few days, and then really has presented us with the whole view of how Chinese students are acting abroad. And also, I think it's very interesting that he brought out the perspective of like the data, the statistics change in terms of like Chinese and Indian students, and what does that mean for further interpretations. Thank you, Tony, for the careful explanation through the statistics that you provided. And the next, I'm going to invite also a longtime friend and also a very outstanding and prominent young leader, Jacob Thomas. And Jacob is actually also a Forbes 30 under 30. He's been having a startup in the area of sustainable development consulting. And it's a boutique consulting firm which is making impact. Again, I'm going to say I really like the slogan that is their company's slogan is every social issue is a business opportunity. So let's hear from him what business opportunities, what young entrepreneurs opportunities are there for us. Here you go, Jacob.
All right. Thank you, Andrew, for the invite and the forum. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Right. So I'll just get started. Thanks again. So when I was 24 years old, I left a very demanding job in the strategy consulting for a job that was even more demanding, starting up my own consulting firm that focuses on sustainability. And thanks to the work, on one hand, I'm able to work with some of the leading companies listed here in the world. And on the other hand, due to the nature of sustainability, I've got lots of opportunities to dig into a certain social topic, say education in rural areas. So what struck me was that the lack of educational resource was not the only difference between the best and the worst schools. After several more years of being in the field of corporate sustainability, I came to the conclusion that despite of all the policy and the resources the government already put in, there is still a great gap between what to learn, who to teach, and how to teach. My assumption was the gap can be filled by the projects from the business side. So myself, I had a half year volunteer teaching experience in one of the poorest areas in Guizhou, China. What I had realized is that education is not a single challenge. It ties strictly with the kids' mental health, with their parents away, and it also gets influenced by the small town's economy, people's mind towards technology and how to utilize technology. Then there was another obstacle. It had been very hard to integrate educational CSR projects with enterprise business closely and make sure the return on investment is obvious. So while I'm not sure whether you know this or not, but from my own experience, most enterprises still regard the concept of sustainability as a necessity for compliance or kind of cost. So my role was to help other enterprises firmly embed these projects in their strategy, management, operation, production, and innovation. For example, the 10th We Country project was listed as one of the best 10 targeted poverty alleviation cases of China. The design of the project identified the target audience of digital education in more ways than one. The employees of Tencent became volunteer teachers. We used technology not only to teach, but also to connect with parents. The system started to get running because we taught the small village how to use mobile phones to get wealth. It doesn't look like I know it doesn't really look like a traditional educational project, but actually a well-designed educational system that also boosts the village's economy. So we make the concept of the sustainability and the educational projects highly feasible, easy to understand, and widely applicable in daily life. And that got me thinking. The kind of things you need to learn, say, 7th grade math, sure, they are hard, ratios, decimals, the areas of parallelogram, but these concepts are not impossible, and I was firmly convinced that every one of the students could learn the material if they worked hard and long enough and taught by the right person. So if we can have the top talents from the top universities who are working at the top companies using their spare time to contribute to the society, not in the sense of charitable giving, but an act of business reputation and product growth. If that happens, we can leverage more possibilities in this difficult challenge. Then we have more than 800 companies joining us. We have State Grid giving power and safety lessons, KFC, the Kentucky Fried Chicken, giving food and nutrition lessons, Alibaba giving coding lessons, Apple giving art and design lessons, L'Oreal giving cosmetic and beauty lessons, and Adidas giving sports lessons. But we are not satisfied with this. It's definitely not enough. The next obstacle is how to make the learning process more interesting. What you may know or may not know is that kids in China are obsessed with games. So games are not just, okay, well, in my personal opinion, games are definitely not a bad thing. It's neutral because it's perfect for all kids. It's perfect for all child's needs with well-designed mechanism and instant and positive feedback. This is exactly what the education lacks at the moment. For example, it's very hard, I think you can all imagine that, to convince or to educate game developers to put social issues into consideration while designing the game, say climate change, poverty, biodiversity. So we designed a board game and an empowering system that we invite teachers and students to play this game instead of just making an announcement or setting up a training session, during which they find it extremely intriguing to, say, write a plot based on the topic of mental health, to artify a left-behind kid's childhood story, and to collect voice parts from the endangered species. We partnered up with the leading game company in China. One of our projects, for example, this is very interesting. We had this conversation with Nanjing Hongshan Forest Zoo, which probably has the best animal welfare system in China. Their team didn't have the intention to make a game, but what they wanted is an interactive application to raise the kids' awareness towards orangutan's habitat. So back to the game, we are now co-developing with the Forest Zoo because we've managed to convert their mind that gamification can be a better tool for educational purpose, an interactive system that makes kids more focused. We're able to prove that that through this kind of what we call edutainment, kids do learn better and memorize more about orangutan's knowledge. I have to say, it's not enough. It is just one of the 100 ongoing projects. Therefore, we founded and incubated the first non-profit gamification open platform in China called Game for Good, where we collect game developing requests from the NGOs and NPOs for educational purpose and sponsor the independent developer community to take the challenge. It's like a gamified version of it's like the gamified version and educational version of Craigslist. So as you can see here, we got digital learning apps that has gamified functions of contents of astronautics, history, and traditional culture. Last, I think I can call it a bit of teaser. We recently had a meeting with a winner of Nobel Prize in Physics. I can't reveal his name at the moment, but we've just started to co-develop a game for kids to fall in love with physics and learn faster in physics. I know we are still a small force of sustainability in China with a team of 40, but we've developed a community of more than 800 brands, but we need more. And that's where I think that's where I'm going to end my remarks, because that's where we are at the moment. That's the work that stands before us. We need to measure whether we've been successful and whether we are. How can I put this? We have to be willing to fail, to be wrong, to start over and over again with lessons learned. In other words, I think it has been educational journey for ourselves as well. Well, thank you a lot for listening. Let me know if you are interested in connecting with me, connecting with us. Here's my WeChat and email address. Looking forward to any related topic and conversation if you are up for it. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jacob. I think you've showed us with another perspective that we have from the young entrepreneur from a sustainable development on practice and to really expand with us what it is like to be on the ground and to really be involved in the village and participate in the projects. Thank you very much. And I think that all of us has enjoyed a great round of keynote speeches as we learned that from all the speakers that to be a young entrepreneur, you should have quite a few key characteristics, including to have a vision and know when to delegate, stay resilient and focus on security and trust. And importantly, it's to constantly improving yourself. As being a great entrepreneur require you to always being packed with various opportunities and really to be creating your own opportunities and bringing the value to the table. So thank you very much, all the keynote speakers, and extremely thanks to Chancellor Tong and Chancellor Yu, as you have shared with us from a practical side of how a great university can really embracing global education, and through education, as we learned from Stephen Golden, Professor Golden, that through education, global education, we get the opportunity to really explore the world and the vision to conquer. And also global education provides young students, just like as Chancellor Yu says, the opportunity to experience, witness, and deeply experience different cultures, enhance the abilities of cross-cultural exchanges and communications, and therefore have a more rational and complete understanding of this multicultural world. And that is very important. So now I'm going to give the mic to the Sustainable Development Panel, and I will give the mic to Sai, as she is the she's the panel host and organized the panel for FWE Young Leaders. She is also a young leader herself and also a member of the community in the Global Shippers community in Bangkok. So Sai, here you go.
Hi, thank you, Angel, for the opportunity for hosting this panel. So hi, everyone. Welcome to the first panel of the day on sustainable development. So what is sustainable development? According to the UN, sustainable development is a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to also meet their own needs. So as Chancellor Tong mentioned earlier, as young leaders, we hold a very special position, right? Being the leaders of the present generation and the future generation. In this sense, what can we therefore do as leaders of the future to ensure that our community is developing in ways that meets the present and the future needs? And more importantly, why do we even should care? Today with us, we have three very special panelists with very different backgrounds. And I'm gonna be asking them to share some of their journey in the social impact space. Firstly, we have Dr. Bang Waiwinti. He is the founder of the Hill Tribe Education Foundation and also the current instructor and researcher at Columbia University. He's particularly passionate about action learning. Secondly, we have Chris Supavanattakul. He is the founder of SheWit. SheWit is a cloud platform which basically brings social and public goods together in order to help them scale social impact. And lastly, but not least, we have a young professional, Tata Sataputta, who is a young professional in the renewable energy sector. She is currently a lead analyst at the Latal Group and is also an Asian observer for the G20 Youth Summit. Yeah, very excited to share for them to share their journey. To just start, maybe Chris, would you mind maybe sharing your journey and what inspired you to start the SheWit platform with us, and particularly why did you choose to choose the tech direction?
Sure, and a little bit about myself as well is that I founded SheWit back 4 years ago, but now I currently work for the largest corporate venture capital in Thailand, SCB 10X. Alongside SCB 10X as a portfolio growth manager and investing for the past 4 years, I have also taken capacity as an AWS scout for Amazon Web Services. So I help early stage financing for entrepreneurs who are looking for credits and looking for early stage support. And in my other capacity, I'm also advisor for AVPN, which is a nonprofit based in Singapore that helps facilitate grants originating from the US. For example, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, when they want to look for Thai projects. In my capacity under SheWit, which I started off 4 years ago, I would say that I stumbled upon technology as an early inspiration to scaling operations, to digitizing nonprofits. And I thought that the only way for me to help nonprofits efficiently fundraise much better was not through manual going to meetings and pitching on behalf of nonprofits, doing their pitch deck, which I did, and we raised around 7 million baht, or around $200,000 for nonprofits in education sectors. But I felt like if we were to reach 45,000 schools, 10,000 nonprofits in Thailand, the only way that we could be scaling at this size is through technology. And so technology has been always core to the heart. I built SheWit around 4 years ago. Right now, we have around 80 nonprofits serving in the country. So we help the likes of Operation Smile. We work closely with the Social Enterprise Association in Thailand. And we work closely with banks to enable them to craft strategies regarding their CSR. I started off just because I wanted to see how technology would scale with social impact, in a nutshell.
Thank you, Chris. So it shows that really, like with technology, we can really make things in a bigger scale and expand and actually have a great social impact. Dr. Bang, would you mind sharing your journey on the Hill Tribe Foundation? I know that there's been a lot of obstacles throughout the way, but it has been a very good journey as well.
Thank you so much. Firstly, let me allow myself to share the screen so everyone can see the picture and understand the situation of the Hill Tribe population in the Golden Triangle. Okay, thank you, Sai Patrapasit. I should say Ni hao, hello and sawadee. My name is Dr. Bang Chaivinit. I'm the third generation of Chinese immigrant in Thailand. I'd like to start my talk by citing Councillor Thong. He talked about the quote of Einstein: life is like a bicycle. To keep you balanced, you need to keep riding. Today, I will talk about my bicycle and how my bicycle go to the development of education. So firstly, my dream is to bridge the educational gap between the poor and the rich, between the rural area and the urban area. My focus is to provide leadership and professional development for school leader and teacher, so that they can go back to their school and improve the quality of education. I currently have 3 roles at the moment. In spring, I work on something very near my brain. I'm teaching at Columbia University Teacher College, Graduate School of Education in New York. In summer, I fly back and I move from my brain to my hand. I administrate a school in central Bangkok called Warwick Institute. And in fall, I work on something very, very near my heart. I work for Hill Tribe and disadvantaged students in the Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle is the border area between Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos. It is the area where Hill Tribe and minority population live. People around the world know the Golden Triangle as the largest source of human and drug trafficking, so that teacher and school leader need to try their best to provide education in order to give them the life skill and be able to equip them for a better future. In 2014, I found Hill Tribe Education Foundation in order to support Hill Tribe students to go to the college and pursue their dream. So they don't need to involve in the gray business like human and drug trafficking, and they will be able to earn enough for their living as a professionals. In addition, this student group would become the role model for the next generation to be able to believe in themselves, start dreaming, and fight for their dream. During working with students over there, I have a chance to have relationship and work with school leader, and found that actually they are under support by Ministry of Education. Many school leaders face leadership challenge with limited resource. There are a lot of conflict and protest in the school. And traditional way of leadership development that provided by Ministry of Education has been perceived as ineffective and could not help them to solve the conflict in the Golden Triangle. So once I realized about this problem, I carry it with myself and bring it to Columbia in 2016 in order to pursue my doctoral study. I try to find a way to help this school leader. How can we help them? How can we develop them? Later, I found a potential leadership development practice called action learning. Action learning has been proved as efficient and effective leadership development practice in many developed countries like the US, UK, South Korea. What is inside action learning? Action learning allows participants from diverse backgrounds to work as a team to solve challenging and complex problems that they cannot solve in daily basis. It is different from typical project-based learning because they need to work through action learning cycle. And they're gonna be coach assigned in each group. So the coach gonna monitor the process of working and help participants to learn and improve their leadership as same as their project need to be done. I start working with faculty member at Columbia and develop the proposal in order to present to Minister of Education in Thailand, the gentleman in the middle of the picture. And later, this project is approved and we have got the funding from JFK Foundation. Now it is day one. We start designing the program at Columbia with faculty member over there. But we believe that everything might not be absolutely right. So I bring it back and talk with scholar and facilitator in order to help improve by using the cultural lens to make it more better and suitable for Thai population. Then we start the orientation and pre-test in the beginning of 2019, implement action learning program in April and May, and then conduct the post-test in August 2019. And here is the research finding that we collect from school leader and also the staff who work under them. What do they feel about the leadership improvement? The leadership quality have been improved significantly among 17 school leaders. The top 3 key quality of leadership is communication, caring, and confident leadership. More importantly, we found that if leaders start having caring leadership here in our heart, then our head and our hand would do the same as our heart. So caring leadership is the key. Based on the finding, I also have learned that there is the barrier because of once we implement the Western theory and practice, it might not be absolutely right. So that many practice must be adapted through cultural lens. What is cultural lens? Like collectivism society, gratitude and respect, and balance of living yin and yang. And we need to be savvy enough to adapt and find a way out in order to effectively design and implement it in non-Western culture. I bring what I have learned about leadership development in non-Western culture back to New York and teach at Columbia. And in New York, we also brainstorm and discuss with Chinese students East Asian student, Southeast Asian student, that if we need to bring it back to Asian country again, what kind of leadership development program should be? So the next step is I would love to create the ecosystem to share what I have learned from Asian and at Columbia University in order to implement in Asian country, with the hope that we can help more school leader, educator, scholar to be improved in their leadership, and also help the scholars in the US to understand what is the cultural lens from Asian country and how can we help adapt and implement leadership development program in non-Western culture. If everyone have any question and inquiry, please feel free to contact me via my Instagram, Bank Columbia, or my email ac3344@tc.columbia.edu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bang. I really do like the idea that you do use theoretical methods to test, retest, and to see that it really adapts to that country. As you mentioned, each country has its own lens, its own culture. So we can't, no size fits all, right? We have to have a very open heart, open mind to really listen to all the different culture and try to fit it in. And more important, I really like the idea of collaborating. In order to lead to future changes, we all need to collaborate as a global country. Thank you, Dr. Bang. Tata, would you mind sharing a bit about your journey? Because Tata is a very young professional, and maybe share a bit more of like maybe what you studied and how you ended up being in the renewable energy for all the students out here.
Of course. It's so nice to be here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. My journey when I was in university, I actually studied sociology. So it's actually very, very different, very far away from what I do now, which is renewable energy and focusing on the net zero transition, the clean energy transition. When I was studying, I decided I wanted to study about sociology. That's what I enjoyed. I enjoyed talking to people. I wanted to study people. And then during the summers, when I would intern, my father said, oh, why don't you try interning at different things you don't know about, things that would broaden your horizon. And so you can know that, oh, if you don't like something, then you know for sure before you graduate university and you start looking for your first or second career, it would be good to know about other things apart from things you already know and you're comfortable with. So one summer I interned at my first company that I worked for, which is called SPCG. So it focuses on renewable energy in Thailand and Japan. So we own and operate solar farms, which are solar power plants. So renewable energy was very big to me, and I really enjoyed interning there. And then after I finished university, I applied there, and they remember me from my internship, so they took me in. And that's how I landed my first job. And that, to this day, is the start of my career in the renewable energy space. And I think that's so important, that a lot of people think that if you don't study something, you can't have a career in that area. And that's simply not true. I think today we all know, I think Bank knows as well, like energy learning is a lifelong learning. There's always time to change. There's always time to adapt, to grow. And there's so many opportunities if you look for it. It could be in the form of formal education universities, could be online courses. A lot of Columbia University does a lot of great courses online as well. They could be short courses. They could be whole degrees. A lot of friends turn into tech. They take 6-month intensive courses and start their careers in tech. And maybe tech and energy, that's a big intersection as well. So what I want all the listeners today to really take away from what I say is that, what you study doesn't define who you are and doesn't define your career. And life is so flexible. And that's something that if you spend time and figure out like what you want to do, it's never, ever too late to switch to something that you enjoy and something you feel makes impact. For me, renewable energy is impactful for me. It's SDG 7, right? We talk about SDG, Sustainable Development Goal 7 is about accessible and clean energy. People might think, you might be listening today thinking that, but why does that matter? Why does energy matter? I have electricity, I'm watching Zoom, I have internet. Why does it matter? Well, SDGs, how they're set up, the 17 goals are actually very much interrelated. SDG to me is related to education, right? If you don't have electricity, you don't have Wi-Fi, you can't be listening here. But for more rural areas, if you don't have electricity, you might have to go find firewood to have light in your house. You might have less time in the evenings to study, right? You might be working the fields in the evenings. You want to study for your degree, for your school, but you can't because you cannot see. You have to use a candle. It's not sufficient. It's bad for your health. It's bad for your eyesight. So for me, renewable energy and accessible energy is actually related to SDG 4, which is about education, SDG 5, which is about gender equality. Electricity also powers your home cooking. If you don't have home cooking, you might have to go find firewood to make fire to cook for your family. And if you have less time finding firewood, it's more time for education, more time for you to be economically productive, perhaps, or you have an opportunity to be in school versus walking many hours to find clean water, find clean cooking. SDG 8 as well as decent work and economic growth. As we know today, China being one of the big exporting countries, production hubs, and a lot of Southeast Asia as well, without electricity, a lot of factories will not run, right? So it's not just about renewable energy, it's about access to energy itself. And that's why to me, SDG 7 touches so many other SDGs, and something that, is always around you. Electricity is something that everybody uses. And that's why that's something that I'm passionate about, that I do today. That I feel like what I do now also helps society. And that goes back to my passion for helping people and sociology, which is what I studied. Yes.
Thank you, Tasha. I really like the idea of how you point out the interrelations between the SDGs. So I'm just wondering then, what do you guys think are an important ingredient for us to reach these SDGs goals? What are we currently doing wrong, or what do you think you see as some of the main obstacles? Anyone can start, jump in.
I have a very capitalist perspective about achieving SDG goals
sure.
because I come from a banking view. I think that resources, especially us as banks, corporates, perhaps nonprofit associations, which has the capacity to give out funding, needs to work with operators on the ground to support Dr. Bank, to support Tata's work, and ensuring that the resources that they need to propel and meet their SDG goals are met. So for me and my perspective, financial services has to be very supportive. I think in recent years, you're starting to see banks mobilizing and starting to talk about impact-based funds. We start to see more capital mobilization in Singapore now, Temasek being the biggest propeller. SCB as well just announced a green bond, working with $100 million to help SMEs that are turning energy that they use in the supply chain to be more greener in some way or form. I'm helping women's empowerment. So I start to see that, if banks and also corporations start to see the importance of SDG goals, that is one way to move things significantly fasting forward as well, because we can't always rely on government grants to push things. Sometimes we need the support of the private sector as well.
Thank you, Chris. Do you see some problems in, like, once there is finance being funded by banks, that is it being distributed in the right way? How do we decide how to redistribute those funds? Because I feel like sometimes money, we might be getting a lot of funding, but to redistribute it into the right people in the right way. How do you feel that we should approach this?
The world is quite gray at the moment. Currently, there's a few terms that people call greenwashing, which means that I'm working in banking, I'm doing something in financial services that could not be a representative of helping environmental grow in general. So that is the concept of greenwashing overall, just so that I can, fulfill my reporting requirements to the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. But then again, I think not everything is perfect, and having a vision and having some kind of operations on the ground to help operations like Good Bank in the northern areas is a good starting point for corporations to move forward. So yeah, leadership just has to maintain proper vision, operations, and resources have to cater there. It wouldn't be 100% perfect, so greenwashing will always be evident in the corporate world.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, do you want to add something?
Yes. I would like to add more. In order to achieve about it, it should start from actually our own self. Our own self need to be able to have the self-awareness that we are a part of the society, the environment, and the whole nature, the Mother Earth. Once we have the awareness of it, then we would be able to realize how important and see our own capability to be involved and take action to sustainable development. It might be very conceptualized, and I need to admit that I did not born did not want to born and grow to be a Mother Teresa, to work for her tribe population. But slowly and slowly, it's like the bicycle. Once you keep riding and balancing yourself, you're gonna see yourself and understand yourself more. You're gonna see other human, other well-being more, and you're gonna see the environment more. And with that, if you have time to reflect and be able to think about a harmonious way, a balancing way, an inclusion way that would be able to develop your own self and what you are doing at the moment in a more sustainable way. So it starts from self-awareness, reflection, understand other, then it's automatically, it's gonna talk with your heart, then your head and your hand gonna come afterward automatically. So this is to answer and address your question about how can you achieve it in my perspective as an educator.
I do really like the idea that my father always says that in order to love someone first, you always have to learn to love yourself first. So this idea, it's all about being, when you're aware of yourself, exactly know of your goals. Once you love yourself, then you can really share the love to everyone.
That is so
maybe I'll point this question to Tata then. So as young leaders, if we feel that, okay, we have this energy to want to help now, do you have any recommendations of how can young generations, young leaders start to get involved? Maybe at like the university level, right? Because I feel like it's important to start now. You don't need to wait. The future generation is already happening. Do you have any recommendations, Tata, on this?
You know, I myself not an entrepreneur, and I think that, you know, we don't all have to be entrepreneurs. We don't have all to be founders of certain things to make an impact, right? I personally call myself an activist, but it doesn't mean that you have to be, you know, the next Greta Thunberg. You don't have to be, you know, out there protesting to be active in the things, the topics, the areas that you care about. What I do is I attend talks. I always raise awareness whenever I can for other people who might not be fortunate to be at that point, or maybe there's a language barrier. We know that we see this at the UN level, at the international level. So what you could really do as individual students, as people starting your education, your higher education, your careers, what you could really do is be part of the network. Find those networks in your universities. I'm sure there are SDG groups. There are groups that, you know, talk about like gender equality. There are many university level clubs or organizations that are achieving one or many or various SDG goals. Because when you're in that network and you're actively participating, you know, you see these opportunities, sometimes you share them. Social media is a big part of it. When you share something, other people who might not know about something will find out about it, or that might be the start of their journey into that impact space. Right. So this is something that we all can do at our own levels. It doesn't mean I'm asking everyone to share every single thing you see, but things that you think are valuable to you, you might not know the people in your network might also be interested about the same things. That's at the school level, at the university level, at the career level, things that you care about. It could be your health, it could be your wellness, it could be fitness, it could be about climate change, about energy, anything like that. If you think that you saw something that other people shared, you thought, wow, that's so valuable, I wish other people knew about it, you can be part of that. And that's really the amazing thing about social media, right? There's entertainment to it. There's also edutainment. TikTok's a great platform to spread awareness as well. At the university level, as a student, that's what you can do. On a personal level, for example, if you care about climate change, you might eat a bit less red meat. You might walk or take the bike or take more public transportation, fly less, for example. There's quite a various things that you can do at the individual level, the daily level, that could really help, you know, raise awareness and move, you know, move the whole world towards a more like climate equitable space. That's something that I try to do. That's something that I share. That's something that I do every day. And personally, by sharing about events like this, Cricket also shared it. We've shared it on LinkedIn. That's how our network knows that we care about these topics. Right. And then eventually one day somebody will reach out to you to be on a panel. Somebody will reach out to you and call you an activist, a youth activist. It's something that you don't have to really do to try to accomplish that as a title, but it's something that people would recognize you for. And if that's something that sounds like something you want to do, something that you want to be, where I am today, then the first step would be join those university networks, find the people who care about the same things you care about.
So there are various ways to get involved. Thank you, Taya, for the advice. I have a question though, Hivan, go ahead.
May I add something?
Yes, of course,
from
of course.
Actually, once Tata talks about networking and opportunities, it reminds me about the bicycle thing again. Okay, so make sure that when you ride the bicycle, you look around and you see the tree, you see the forest, you see the flower, you see the beauty of the world. Which means that while you are working on something, enjoy networking, enjoy seeing the opportunity for you to help developing this world to be more sustainable. Actually, 3 days ago, we have the internal meeting between Chris, Tata, and then Sai, right? That what we're gonna do for this forum. And then I heard one word, it's called carbon credit. And honestly speaking, I am very naive in this field. I don't know about it. So yesterday I called Tata, can you help educate me what is carbon credit? And then Tata said that carbon credit can be a capital, and it's very important for developing country and also developed countries. And it started connecting me the dot. What in the previous day, my Hill Tribe student has been named as a group of people who enjoy cutting the forest. And it's go through many generations for 100 years in the north of Thailand. But think about it. If I know about carbon credit, I know about education. Instead of supporting my student to be a doctor, to be a nurse, to be a teacher, in addition, they can be carbon credit provider. I can support them to go to a good university to be very good in planting the forest. And with that, I can create the ecosystem of people to grow the forest for carbon credit and also have the financial sustainability as well. This is something that I just learned 3 days ago. And this really support the belief that if you enjoy riding, then you're gonna see the opportunity on the left and right hand side. So keep learning, keep enjoying, and see the opportunity to be able to make this world a better place. I turn back my mind to Sai again.
I just want to add on top of Kun Bank as well about the importance of networking, because in my background, I did consulting and finance. I was never involved in the loop with social impact whatsoever because these things don't intersect that often. But because of my passion of interest, I reached out to people. I joined SASIN, which is an academic institution in Bangkok as well. I joined forums, I joined sessions, I interacted with speakers. And now, 3 years forward, these incremental developments and relationships that you have progressively make you the way you are. One of the things that I also wanted to introduce to the network is also connecting to your professors, because some of my professors actually are quite academically involved in the growth of sustainability, the research behind the validity of carbon credits, for example, research academic paper they constantly produce. So always connect with your professors. It's not like, you have a 4-year relationship with them in your undergrad years. I'm still connecting with professors on an annual basis. Some of them are, moving quite fast in the startup world, the corporate world, and also sustainability world. So always think of things in your network as a long-term kind of lifeline relationship.
To address what Chris just said, if my student write me an email that, hey, Bang, I would like to implement action learning in Philippines, in China, how can I say no? I absolutely say yes. What can we do for you, right? So don't feel reluctant to reach out to your academic advisor, your professor at the university, and we can create this system together.
Thanks, guys. I have a quick question though. So imagine we're all riding on this bike, looking at these trees, enjoying the weather, the nice weather, although it's quite hot in Shanghai right now. I'm wondering, how do we know that we're going in the right direction? How are we sure that what we're doing is actually good, right? Because sometimes things that might be beneficial in the economic world might, like economic growth, could lead to worse environmental issues. How do we, in this sense, how do we measure success in this SDG kind of development goals kind of realm?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I will just kick that off a little bit with the SDG 7, or all the SDGs actually. All the SDGs, if you look on the UN website, all the SDGs have very clear targets, clear timelines, and recommendations of how to get there. The UN, as a nonprofit organization, one of the biggest in the world, and very active in most countries in the world, they set very clear guidelines and how to measure those impacts. Now, a lot of countries are UN member states, then they also have a mandate to follow up on the progress of their countries as well. So in terms of measurements of the impact, for example, I just have it on my screen right now, SDG 7, one of the main goals, for example, is by 2030, ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services. As you can see, because they apply for so many countries, they have to kind of use a very high level wording, right? They can't put percentages because different countries are at different levels of development and different levels of commitment and financial capabilities to accomplish those certain goals. But the UN and a lot of international organizations have put a lot of effort into making SDGs realistic and applicable to all the countries on their own. So there are a lot of reports that are done. The UN does them, sometimes biannually, sometimes every 5 years of the progress. And I have to say that I'm happy to report that most countries are progressing in the right direction according to the UN guidelines. We're far from accomplishing, limiting climate change to the targets of 1.5 degrees as we set out. So I was recently at COP26. There's talks about financing billions to trillions of dollars into climate financing, but as Chris has said earlier, sometimes it's very hard to find those projects. The availability is there, but how we measure the impact is difficult, and it takes a long time. And that's something that I think the banking sector themselves and the financial sectors are still in the process of adjusting how they measure impact and how they find these projects, right? For example, for PBanks, the Hill Chart Group, right? If they were trying to do a small project, right? To find funding for that, you basically have to speak finance. You'd have to speak banking. And that's something that most people are not, that's not their expertise, right? If I'm an expert at building trees, I'm an expert in installing solar panels. I don't know how to tell somebody that, in 5.5 years, I think I'm going to make a payback of this amount, and I think I'm going to, be a good investment for your bank. So we find that in renewable energy a lot. Even big companies struggle to secure financing. Not to say that they're not there. Like Chris said, they're there. Impact investing is a big thing now, is a key trend in a lot of parts of the world. But it's just, accessing in the level that we secure it's very difficult. So we do see some problems there. But so that's how we measure banking in the financial sector as well. The projects that are, good examples, the projects that are trailblazing are great projects that the UN uses to really lift up and show that this is possible. These grassroots organizations are successful at securing financing. And that kind of shows that, for the really commercial banks, that there is a possibility to access those projects. And that's something that's really endearing to see that it's happening. But it's not happening at the rate that I would personally want. But we are on the right track. So to answer Sai's question, it's promising. If you look at the UN website, there are a lot of reports that are, third-party verified. It's not just somebody making up numbers and saying, yeah, we're doing a great job, we're going to the right direction. But there are measurable, impactful numbers that are good. We're on track, but we just need to bike a little faster as a country, bike a little faster as communities, as a yeah.
Chris, do you have something to add?
Sure. I mean, in direction, I think Tata has it all nailed down that the banking world, we speak conventional languages. We look at things like growth metrics, revenue, user retention, product stickiness. And that's something that, all projects have to communicate back to me. But now, on top of all that, to make sure that we're in the same direction, you have to do stakeholder reporting. You talk about your UN SDG goals. There's a sub-level of indicator measurements as well that you have to provide. But we think that, to give money, projects should be considering, actual market demand to begin with, looking at stakeholder, deriving tangible revenue from product or sales or services income. We want to prioritize, good projects that have economic substance and clear commercial roadmap in growing revenue, because we want to support projects that are long-term. And so if you don't have the missing piece of financials to begin with, that becomes very hard to finance and support at an early stage view. But then again, there are some projects that have very good substantial emotional impact to a few stakeholders. That would be a different field of banking and financial services supporting you. It will be a field called venture philanthropy. I think the US is picking up all that as well, where you're, for example, measured based on the social economic impact that you make, not so much on the product's revenue, your cohesive of community. It's a very different set of evaluation metrics. But overall, in a good sense of having a good direction, talk to your community, talk to your stakeholders, see if, this new product concept that you're launching is considered acceptable by their standards, because having a passion community member to begin with is not only a good soundboard, but they're the backbone of doing new product development incrementals. So yeah, you always have ways to validate whether this is going in the right direction. Just constantly network and ask if this is good enough.
Yes. 2 days ago, I was invited to critique the new draft of the law for disability and disadvantaged students, and they invite a lot of economists, educator, school leader, and teacher, and people highly talk about the definition and the number and the achievement goals. And somehow, since I come from School of Education, I said this all the policy drafted by power and authority. And at the end of the day, after we already measure on the number and so on, we need to use our heart and our humanity inside to look at that. Do we really care about what we want to do? Either it's going to be the forest, the environment, disability student, or disadvantaged student, in which it's very difficult to make a measurement with the ruler. So this is something that I would like to address here, that in addition to all the criteria and protocol, at the very end, as the social entrepreneur, we need to use our heart to connect with the population and use that as the indicator to make a measurement once we need to plan and do everything for them. That is what I would like to end.
Yeah, it seems like there are definitely a lot of stakeholders involved, right? Like the bank said, even just to draft a policy, there'll be banks involved, you involved, education, schools. So I'm wondering, how do we induce collaboration across different powers, in the sense that I feel like every leading groups might have their own priorities or their own KPI to hit. How do we collaborate and talk in the same language?
There's a new movement in finance, actually, that's called regenerative finance. And DAOs, which stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. It's basically a way to incentivize each member contributing to the growth of a community or their environments or their social impact, and helping them get rewards through tokenization and blockchain. That's one way to help a decentralized community scale projects globally, is to align economic incentives on the blockchain, which was never permittable in the Web2 world, because having to form a company, you need to register your shareholders, you need to register your directors. But if you want to do things on a global scale, well, the blockchain enables all that, and that became the birth of regenerative finance in 2021. That's something as a perspective in finance.
Thank you. Wow.
Anyone else? I'm glad that Chris talked about DAO, and actually, since education is one of the service provided for free from the government, somehow in the private sector and social entrepreneur, if we will be able to collaborate and work on sustainable development by the OW DAO, I think that it's going to shed the new light to the system, in which all the culture, hierarchy, going to be lifted off, and we will be able to see the fresh eye, see the thing with the fresh eye view, to help and support the school project or the education or the environmental problem. So I think that collaboration between private sector and DAO should be the way out from my perspective.
Okay, thank you guys. So I guess before we move on to the Q&A session, I'm just wondering, like, what do you guys get out of all of this? Being part of trying to achieve a better environment for the present generation, the future generation, what do you get? How does it make you feel to be part of all this this journey?
I was just start on that. You know, I've always believed in one of my absolute favorite quotes is, you know, if you have a lot to provide, you know, don't build a higher wall, but build a longer table, right? So that really talks about, you know, privilege, and you know, I don't think it's something to be ashamed of. Sometimes if life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. You have more, you try to give more, right? And it's not always about giving more money that directly, but something more sustainable. Like I think when I was studying, especially in sociology, a lot of people felt that the private sector and the banking sector, like these big evil organizations that are trying to, you know, capitalize all these opportunities and taking advantage. And in real life, now that I'm in the energy sector, like that is not true. That is quite like an image that, you know, that financing and corporations are on the other hand are you know, conflicting with the interests of the people and the environment. But as we know, sustainable development, there's a social side, there's an economic side, and there's an environmental side. And, you know, I think the economy, I think how the world is as a capitalist society, we just have to acknowledge that traditionally it's always just been about economy, about the GDP growth, about constant growth in companies and revenues and shareholders. But we increasingly see people care about impact. People, especially young people, care about the sustainability of the earth, right? You care that in 50 years, if you don't have any trees left on this earth, how are you going to breathe, for example? Like these are just, you know, very kind of abstract, but very much in our lifetime, 40 to 50 years from now, right? And that's why net zero 2050, you know, talking about carbon emissions is becoming more important. That's why youth like Greta Thunberg and, you know, there's also youth activists all around the world who are really raising the alarm and really pushing for that transition. So if you consider what you can do, you know, like if you know that your network, you can leverage your network, you can leverage your voice on social media, in real life, for example, just talking about it, talking about climate change, talking about the things you care about is so important. And I don't want people to feel like just because you're youth, you're not empowered, that nobody's listening to what you're saying, right? NYU Shanghai, thank you for, thank you for organizing and leading this, like for me to have this time to talk to you guys about it and share my ideas, coming here all the way from Bangkok, you know. So we have the same drive, the same impact missions, right? Chris, Bank, like even though we're all in different sectors, you know, education, financing, I mean energy, we're all different, like some private, some nonprofit, some still in education. But what you can see is everybody is coming towards this sustainable development idea, whether they be specifically SDG goals or they're just the big ideas of sustainability and having an earth for our generation and a usable and earth for our future generations. So that's something that I want to, you know, impart to everybody today, that like you might think that we're also different age-wise, gender-wise, you know, or abilities, disabilities, but in the end, the inclusiveness of, you know, our thinking, right, our open-mindedness and our inclusivity in our ways of thinking and our ways of sharing opportunities and finding opportunities is something that makes us impactful. And that's how we grow our impact network. And that's something that I hope you guys can take away from this panel.
Thank you, Taiha. So it seems like you can start now. No pressure, but it seems like if it's small, it's still impact, right?
Yeah.
And a tip for go ahead.
Chris first. Please. Chris.
Sure.
Okay, Chris. Okay.
So I just want to tip early entrepreneurs as well. So if you're starting early in your social impact journey, always reach out to the VCs, because there's always passionate VCs like myself who's, you know, mid-management and always looking to help early entrepreneurs build up their early stage support and their backbone. Also reach out to government providers as well, because there's always early stage grants that is given without conditions. So you get an upfront capital of, you know, For Shiwit, we got 50K US dollars or 1.5 million baht. But if you're more late stage and if you have a bigger team, you have a more sustainable solution, they'll consider you to be a much better candidate and give you a larger sum. That being said, there's always availability of capital if you're looking and striving to be in social impact. There's always people who are willing to help, and you just need to find the right person.
Just want to jump in, like just a little 30-second on what Chris was saying. As he is very deep into his impact world, a lot of abbreviations you might not know, and that's absolutely fine, right? That's very normal. But instead of feeling like, oh, I don't understand what he's saying, or I don't understand what that person's saying, I'm just ignore it. If you're somehow interested, you just Google is only a few finger clicks away from you on your phone. So if you look into it and you find that's something important, you can reach out to Chris. He's clearly open to that, or somebody in your university. A lot of online courses also do impact investing, more and more sustainable investing. And these are all things that, would help you as a budding entrepreneur to have this understanding of how the financing world works and how incentives and stakeholders work. I think as youth, we think a lot of youth, growing up, I personally thought I need to just do it by myself. But actually, to make the impact you want, you have to think long term and how to grow it. You'll need some funding at some level. And I think that's really important about, early stage, mid stage, late stage of your startup or your entrepreneur journey.
Yeah, I think that Chris and Tata already talk about the earlier stage, middle stage, and the end. So what should I talk about then? I talk about people who already work in this field for a while. I actually started working for huge tribe population for more than 10 years. And people asking me that you need to fly a lot. You go to New York for like 3 months, and then you come back to Thailand, work in Bangkok for another 3 to 6 months. Then you need to fly to the north of Thailand in the Golden Triangle, back and forth for another 3 months. Do you feel exhausted? Do you lack of energy at some point? Do you feel like you want to give up? Honestly speaking, every time that I fly to the Golden Triangle or work with my student in the north of Thailand, I feel like I earn and gain more energy. That is my nuclear power plant. That helped me drive, live my life with a more meaningful way. And that power plant helped me fly back to Colombia to teach more students, to help more people, come back to Bangkok, to help more students, to help more people. That is my power plant. So for those people that what we gonna get if we work on sustainable development, you will not know until you experience it. And once you experience it, you're gonna feel like, yeah, this is a beautiful power plant that I'm seeking for in your life.
That's very beautiful. It's our cycle. We're all kind of linked in some ways. Once we help someone, that sort of help may go to some more. So it's like all connected in one way, like a big circle. So that's very nice. I think I'll open the floor to any Q&A. Does anyone have any questions? I don't know how. David, is there any questions in the other channels? I'm not sure. Let me check some chat. No, there aren't. There are no questions. I guess I'll just wrap up then. Just to wrap up, I feel that it seems that it all starts at yourself first. So be self-aware, like Bang said, and then from there, you can help others. And there's multiple ways that we can help. As Tata mentioned, we can join in different school activities. We can talk to our professors. We can even change our lifestyles, right? For example, if you want to help the environment, maybe eat less meat. But at the same time, it's also very important to know the finance, the more technical start of things. So maybe in that way, we have to connect with different people. So for example, if you're not too specialized in a certain area, maybe ask for help for them to be maybe your advisor to help in that area. I think I would want to end with a reflection time. This is actually Dr. Bang's idea for us to, sorry, I saw some questions. Okay, where's the question? Wait, during the recent downturn around the world, is it too expensive to talk about low carbon and economy? Tata, I think this answers questions to you. I don't know if I can answer that. Do you see in the chat?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Don't want to go too deep in the technical side, but as a energy analyst, this is clearly, the price of gas going up with the war in Ukraine. It's a question we get every day. Really, I want the person to ask me. It's a great question. I'm quite amazed that actually came from people listening to this panel as like youths. Low carbon economy. If you think long term, everything we do emits carbon, right? And that leads to climate change. Essentially, very simplified. The economic downturn in this day and age could be a year, could be a few years, right? During COVID as well and everything like that. What we do see though is, maybe not this economic downturn, but since COVID hit, 2 years ago, coming on 3 years, investment in renewable energy did not slow down. And that's actually that's the impact, that's the evidence we wanted to see. That it's not just about, during good times, during happy times, everybody can invest in renewable energy and, push that low carbon agenda. But even during tight times like now, as the world, as countries and leaders, they are understanding, or at least they're aware that it's a ticking time bomb. It doesn't matter what the economy is really doing. It's like somehow we still need to push towards a clean energy and push towards a low carbon economy. So, do I think it's too expensive? I think talking about expensiveness and cost is very different from talking about the necessity of something. If something's necessary, it doesn't matter how much it costs, but there are trade-offs that has to be done by the government in terms of their budgeting, in terms of what they're going to do, right? So there's, I'm not trying to say everybody needs to, go and invest in renewable energy and stop doing the education, investment in good education and funding for that. It has to be balanced, but we cannot, just turn off the tap on funding that goes towards clean energy. And that's something that all countries are seeing. So to answer your question in a nutshell, I don't think too expensive or inexpensive is really the question. It's how necessary it is and how fast we want to get there is the pace that we're looking at.
Thank you, Tata, for saving us. Do you have any more questions? Andrew, do you have any more? Okay, then I think to end, if anyone could maybe one thing, maybe type in whichever channel you guys are on, WeChat, YouTube, Facebook, one thing that you think you can do now to help us go towards sustainable development, right? Just one thing. It can be anything simple. It can be just like turning off the lights or anything. It'll be nice to hear and read what you guys have to share. But yeah, thank you. And also thank you NYU Shanghai and FWE for having us here today to share our thoughts. Yep, nothing else from us. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you and bye-bye ครับ สวัสดีครับ
Thank you very much, Sai. Thank you very much, Tata. And thank you very much, Bank and Chris. You guys have provided a great panel for us with the whole broad view of sustainable development and how it has contributing to a more resilient world that we're going to have. So thank you again very much. And also I think it's a very different global view that we're getting from Thailand, because Thai has a very fast developing economy as well, and it has also been challenged by COVID to many extent. So and I think your perspective has provided us to be more resilient, to be more sustainable, and to be more hardcore in a sense. So thank you very much. And now we're jumping to our second panel. Our second panel is going to be on the topic of youth leadership. Yes, it's gonna to be on youth leadership, and we're very glad to have we're going to have Elaine to help us to moderate. And Elaine is the co-founder of Global Champion of Young Adults project under the United Nations UNIDO Gene Project, and she is also the founder of Elite's Talk. And then we have Alice Omega. Alice is one of our FWE young leaders. She's currently a PhD candidate in education and international development. She's from University of Cambridge. And then we have Qing Zhu, who is also a Forbes 30 under 30, and he is the Pumba Echo founder and CEO, and he's been traveling a lot to Africa to do a lot of environmental projects. And then we have Robert Zhao, who is a longtime friend and also a founder and CEO of Tahio Venture and also Regenerative Bio. So yeah, let's welcome to the second panel of youth leadership, and I will hand over the mic to you, Elaine.
Thank you, Angel. Hi, so excited to be invited to the webinar. Hello, everyone. This is Elaine. I'm the moderator of this panel on youth leadership. Together with me today, we're honored to have 3 outstanding young leaders here. All of them have rich experience in entrepreneurship and are committed to giving back to community. They are Qing Zhu, CEO and founder of Pamba, Robert Zhao, CEO and founder of Regenerative Bio, and Alice Amagal, founder of Education and Aspirations Hub. Welcome to the panel. So in the next 60 minutes, we're going to have an in-depth discussion on youth entrepreneurship and leadership. So first of all, I'd like to ask all the panel guests to make an introduction of who you are and what you do for all the audience. So let's start from Nick, okay? Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. So Nick, I'm going to be the first one to introduce yourself first.
I think Nick is having internet connection issues. His camera is on, but we can't see his video or hear his voice. But he's online and he has his video on. So let's give him some time to fix the technical issues.
Start from Alice, okay?
Thank you, Elaine. Thank everyone. Good morning, afternoon, night in all parts of the world. I am Alice Amega, a PhD candidate in Education and International Development at the University of Cambridge, and also leading a team on a project called Education and Aspirations. I focus on technical vocational education and training and looking into vocational psychology, how young people make employment or vocational decisions across the world. I'm currently researching on young women in STEM, but in technical fields here at Cambridge, and looking at how systems can be put in place to ensure that young people have the right information to make the right vocational or career decisions, which is currently being called getting young people to be career ready for the world of work. Thank you.
That's so cool. So what about Robert? Can you say something about yourself for us?
Everyone, and I'm Robert, and I graduate from Babson College, and my major is entrepreneurship and leadership. So I think it's match today's panel. And also, I'm the CEO of Regenerative Bio, and our company focus on longevity industry, and we use biotech and AI to help people to explore how to extend our healthy life. And also before that, I had a fund in Boston area, and we focus on deep tech investment. And we invested, I think, maybe 80 early stage companies in past 4 years. So that's my brief introduction. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know whether Nick is online with us now. Can you make some noise? Hello, Nick.
Yeah, I think Nick is having difficulty with his technical issues. David is trying to help him solving that. We can jump into the questions.
Okay, I will keep up with Nick later. It's okay. So it's very interesting to hear all about your journey. Actually, as a founder of global champion young adults myself, I always feel so privileged to have the opportunity to work with all the outstanding young leaders across the globe. We cooperate with UNIDO Shanghai Global Science and Technology Innovation Center, as Angel just introduced, to support entrepreneurship and innovation among young people across the world. So we all know that young leadership is extremely important, especially during the time of pandemic when globalization has encountered a major setback. We're now facing a lot of global issues like climate change, public health, losses for jobs. So we need to be more active, we need to be more creative and more united. So as young leaders and entrepreneurs yourself, what does leadership mean to you? How can young people and entrepreneurs now to take responsibility and to contribute to the community? So let's start from Alice, okay?
Thank you, Elaine. For me, I believe leadership is about exhibiting the skills of risk-taking and making sure that you are ready and prepared for the changes that we have seen in the world. In the past 2 years, we have been faced with so much uncertainty. And for me, being a leader is being easily available to adapt to self, to meet the circumstances of change that we see around us all the time. And that means being adaptable, being ready to learn, being ready, as I said, to take risk in whatever you do, and also being ready to make impact. Most importantly is the impact that you are prepared to make in the world, in taking the risk, in being adaptable. Most importantly as well is being resilient, because we know that when change comes and you are adaptable and you are taking the risk and you're making the impact, you have to be resilient for yourself. And so those are the things I'll describe as what leadership means for me. In terms of entrepreneurship and how connecting it with leadership, I think the same characteristics do match with being a leader in entrepreneurship or being prepared for it. It's more or less identifying a why, identifying a problem, and using the leadership skills that you have to solve that problem, to create that change that you'd want to see in your community, and to ensure that you're making an impact beyond yourself. This impact, for me, I will link it back to the earlier panel that discussed about sustainability and ensuring that the impact that you're making in your community is sustainable. And in my understanding of sustainability is ensuring that whatever impact that you're making doesn't look at just now or just the current situations of life, but making sure that your impact transcends current generations to generations beyond you. And so for my idea, the Education and Aspirations Hub is preparing young people for the world of work. And we know the world of work is changing. Many people want to be entrepreneurs, others want to work, others want to try different things. But how are we getting young people for these kind of works in such a fast-paced world, a fast-changing world that needs more readiness, more resilience, more preparedness? So in sum, that is what I would have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, I really agree. In the world that changes very rapidly, it's very important for us to have the risk-taking skills. It's quite important. And also in your bio, I know you're also an emerging technical and vocational education and training expert for human development. And you continue to impact local youth as mental health counselor and careers guidance consultant. Can you tell us more about that? I find it very interesting.
Thank you, Elaine. So my work is broadly with young people, particularly young women. And so I noticed that in our context, and as my researchers show, or the literature has shown, that this is not just a problem with the African context or the Ghanaian context, but the global concern where skills development, practical sort of engagement in education, which is the technical vocational education, is relegated to the background. And so I, as an emerging expert, is looking for different ways where technical vocational education and training is brought to the forefront for young people to appreciate this kind of education, to choose it as a pathway, and to ensure that they know what they stand to gain. And so for me, TVET for development or for young people's flourishing is to ensure that it's not all about economic gains, it's not all about the economic outcome, or it's not all about national development alone, but also is about the individual level development, mental well-being, ensure that young people are flourishing, especially the poorest among us. Young people with disabilities, young women in rural communities are flourishing. And beyond mental health, are young people happy with the kind of jobs they do? Are these jobs looking at their long-term well-being in terms of the work conditions that are available for them, and in ensuring that these young people who are being prepared for the world of work are happy in the works that they find themselves in?
As a woman myself, I found it not easy for women to gain the equal opportunity in the workplace as men, I should admit. So are there any particular program that you designed to help young women to empowered in the workplace, gain boost their capacity in the workplace?
So at Education and Aspiration Hub, what the long-term vision, although is at the early stages of piloting, I don't call myself an entrepreneur yet, because I believe the idea is there and it's in its flourishing or in its beginning stages, where a lot of things can happen in terms of how the idea turns into reality finally. And so what the three main aspects that we're looking at is, it's not just about preparing young people for the world of work, as I said, it's making them understand even before they get into the world of work. So there are three prongs associated with the idea. And so first is about exposing people who are working, connecting them to young people. So for instance, there are different kinds of employment out there or different industries, but young people might not be exposed to all this industry. And so the idea is to inspire them towards this future and let them understand work by bringing current people in the world of work to talk to them about the works that they do. So in doing so, you are consciously changing stereotypes. You're consciously preparing young people to know about the world of work. Young women especially should see other women who become role models or who become examples of the possibilities of the future. And so this is a great aspect of what I am doing at Education and Aspiration Hub. But most importantly, is about the industrial experience. As you said, young women might not have the same opportunity at work, but how do we change that? If we begin to let young women themselves go into work, have possibilities of doing internships, visiting industries, having shadow other young women or men, they begin to understand the dynamics in the politics of work, right from the youth, right from being young. And once they grow, when they go to work, they are not threatened by the environment of work because their minds, their understandings have been conditioned that they belong to the world of work. And not just that they belong to it, but then they can make meaningful contributions wherever they find themselves. And so with this project, it's a complete or comprehensive project that is tackling different aspects of work in terms of raising aspirations, helping young people think beyond their immediate horizon, and also preparing them, making them career ready.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you so much. So get young people prepared before they go into the workplace, right? And to know the world better. So let's move to Robert. Anything you want to share with us on leadership and entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I agree with Alice, and I think a leader needs to influence others and make some impact to the environment. And also, maybe I can give some perspective in company. In the company, I think if a leader wants to be a good leader, you need to make the decision and also give the others a go, because the early stage company, they have a lot of uncertainty, and also they have a lot of challenges. You will not know before the challenge come to your face. So which means when you face to these challenges or uncertainties, you need to maybe you only have maybe 1 day or 2 days to make the decision, and all of the members need to wait for your decision, which means maybe sometimes you cannot discuss with them. You need to make the final call. I think that's the most important thing a leader in company should do. And also, if we are students in the school, I think leadership needs some people to take care of the other people's, because if you want to do something big or some valuable things in the future, I think you need to find a group of good person or good people to do with you, which means you need to ask them or make them trust you. And I think a good leader needs to make others trust and can support you or your projects in a maybe long time, maybe 5 years or 10 years. I think that's a leader need to do, and also that's how leaderships in my views. That's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Robert, for sharing some very useful and practical skills when building a team, right? When you start a business, right? That's very helpful. So I'm so glad that Nick is online with us now, right? Hello, Nick. Can you hear us?
Yeah. I'm sorry. So can you guys hear me?
Yes, and we can see you clearly now.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry for the,
It's okay.
Yeah. So I can give a very brief introduction about myself. My name is Nick Zhu, and I have a Master of Global Peace in the United States. And I spent 3 years in studying global affairs and focusing on the global pressing challenges in the future, in the next generation. And also my own backgrounds is I have full-time job in about 5 years working in the as an environmentalist. So I also spent a year in Africa doing some environmental protection and the research, and to work collaboratively with the think tanks and the UN systems. And in the past 4 years, I founded a consulting company called Pumbaa Eco. Pumbaa is actually a cartoon character from The Lion King, as you can imagine from our memories in our as a childhood. And so that's about myself. And for the questions, I see leadership and entrepreneurship regarded myself as a reflective practitioner, which means because in recent era we face lots of uncertainty. So I think the only thing we can emerge is the only thing we can grab is uncertainty, which means when we want to create something valuable, we have to face the uncertainty. So as a founder of the company, I have to be very flexible, and I think this is the most valuable thing. So at the same time, as a leader, we have to keep our eyes on the front lines, which means because my company focuses on the very practical issues. For example, like to solve how we can engage the local practitioners from northern part of China, for example, Inner Mongolia or Qinghai, or Yunnan, those kind of places, urban areas. So I think the very valuable entrepreneurship spirit lies on the our local experiences, not only in global perspective, but also we have to keep an eye on the very local experiences and the very local insights from the people from the people in the village levels. So I think these are our kind of culture of our company. And I'm not sure whether I answered the questions, but that's what I want to share. Yeah, that's all. And I will answer later the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. So to summarize a little bit, so as a leader, young leader, and young entrepreneurs, we need not only the global perspectives, right? We also need the local insights, and also we need to take care for others, to motivate our team, to influence others, and to make an impact beyond ourselves. Right? So glad to hear about all of your insights on leadership and entrepreneurship. So let's move on to the next question. So I always think that youth entrepreneurship is a very crucial factor for sustainable development for every country's economy. So young entrepreneurs can bring new ideas to the market and bring more, but more importantly, they can provide solutions to the problems that face us all. Nick said that he realized at a very early age of his business that to start a business was not all about making money, right? If I remember right. But it also had to be very meaningful at the same time. So I'd like to discuss with all of you here. So were there any special experience that has shaped your passion for your career? So when you first established your business, how did you figure out what your mission was? So let's start from Nick, okay?
Yeah, and my pleasure. And when as my undergraduate, actually my career is non-business with the sustainability. My major is about English and business, but I spent like 4 years to work as a volunteer to travel abroad, lots of provinces in China to see what's happening in the reality. So what I see is, lots of factories, they just pour out, the polluted water, and our water resource is polluted and our birds are killed. So these images is really shaped my, my very earlier, like the knowledge about the environment. So I think these are the changing point of my, career. And also that's the something like a starting point of to think about my career, what kind of career I want, what kind of value I want to create. So after that, I decided to become an environmentalist. And I also travel lots of provinces and to do some research with the scientists and the lawyers and the journalists. And I spent 4 years as a full-time NGOer and to work, around all over the China. And also, I think not only to care about our country, but also I have to know more about the global challenges. That's why I spent a year to travel and to work in Africa and to work with the local, environmentalist and conservationist. And so I think the career path is really not it's not a very natural thing. It's actually you have to make choice. And when you face, you have lots of choices, but you have to make the choice really follow your heart. And that's my the final thought about this question. And thank you. Yeah.
So 4 years of full-time NGO work experience, and also traveled to Africa for a couple of times. Wow, that's so impressive. So I'd like to ask Alice, so when did you find your passion for your career right now? How did you know that is right?
Thank you, Lynn. That is a very important question, but a very difficult one to answer. I believe it is not like simple. Some people get it simple. As a vocational psychologist, I should know that some people know what they want to do. They form that passion very early. But for me, it didn't just happen in a day, although I had a vision, and that vision led me to where I am today. And my vision was to educate myself, to set an example in my community for young women, and not just young women in my community as I know today, but young women globally, because now I mentor people across the world. I speak on platforms where many other people beyond my immediate community listen to me. And so that passion to make sure that I become an example of what I didn't see when I was a child, because I am a first generation young woman to go to college, to go to university, and now getting a PhD in my family. And so that passion has got me going. But coming to think about why I chose vocational psychology, or why I'm studying the decision in career of women in STEM and in technical education, is because, again, there isn't many young women, there aren't many women in those areas. And so the curiosity to understand why are women making these decisions and why they are not making these decisions, and how I can support women to make better career choice, stay in their career, choose areas that they really appreciate, has led me to this decision. And I think it is one of the best choices I have made so far. And I believe I'm going to make an impact across the world with it.
Wow, that's so nice. So educate yourself first and then educate the young women around you to give back to community. Wow, that's nice. So what about Robert?
I think it's an interesting question because, to be honest, the company and not the industry I chose now, I think is an accident, because I never think I will set up a company in healthcare or biotech industry, because my major is finance and entrepreneurship, and I don't know anything about the tech things or healthcare things. But in the past few years, when I do investment, I met a lot of PhDs and also professors in Boston area, and I really respect them, because I think what they do is make the really difference to this world. Because when they publish a Cell, a Nature, a Science, when they found a new things which can maybe save a lot of people's life, I think that's the orientation what I do. But I cannot choose a very hardcore industry. Like if I decide to make some vaccines or some new drugs, it's very hard. I think it's only the very experienced guy can do that. So I chose a lot of ways, and also I make the final decision. I want to do the anti-aging and longevity industry, because this is very new industry, and there are not that much professionals and not that much people who knows this industry very well. So maybe we can learn together and do something in the new things. And after I decided to do this company, I found almost every people want to live healthy longer, and almost every girls want to be younger, which means I can find what impact we made to this world. So I think that's a real way when I found the industry and when I found my goals to which I want to do for next maybe decade or decades. Yeah.
Thank you. And I have a quick question for you. It's like a personal question, because both of Alice and Nick, and including myself, we spend a lot of time working for NGO organizations. But as entrepreneurs ourselves, how to balance that profit making and doing something good for the society?
That's a good question, because for me, I think if you want to do some to explore some new technology or new things, you need a lot of money. You need lots of investors to back up you, because I think if you want to do something to make something to real, you need to make products, or you need to make some commercial service to the real customers. And when you get profit from the real customers, and this profit can help you to reinvest in the R&D, and you can make maybe more valuable things to the society. I think it's a good circle. And also, after maybe one day we make a lot of profit, and we also want to support some non-profit organizations. For example, now we already cooperate with some Chinese organizations. Like we work together with them, and we take the samples from the DNA from, I think, Sichuan province in the very poor village. And after we got that DNAs, maybe we can analyze which kind of nutrition solution can help the children to, I think, live healthier, or how can make their body be stronger, like that. So I think it's a good corporate with, if you want to make a good corporate and make some real impact to the society, you need to balance the profit and something like you guys do. So I think I need to learn a lot from the NGO things, because to be honest, I did not do the NGO things before. I only listen from others.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, though. It's very important to give back to society, and it's very moving to hear your stories to help that privileged children maybe in Sichuan province. So I remember you mentioned that the transformation from an investor to an entrepreneur has changed how you understand the business. So what exactly is that difference?
I think investors are good at spotting risks and better understanding the macro pictures of the industry. When I was an angel investor, it was easy to find the problems of entrepreneurs and point out things that they didn't do well. But after starting a business, I found that in fact, founders knew these problems very well, but they also knew their time and resources were limited. So dealing with those problems has properties. They need to know which problem should solve first and which should solve last, like that. And also entrepreneurs also have deeper understanding of the industry than investors, I think, because investors need to cover a lot of sectors, and a founder, entrepreneur, maybe take 10 times or 100 times in one industry, which means they have more experience than you. But entrepreneurs, they dive into the industry. They spend, I think, maybe, like I said, 1,000 times in one industry. That's what I mean. So after, if in the future, if I back to be an investor, I will have a brand new view and judgment standard for the entrepreneurs. Yeah.
So what is the biggest challenge for you as an entrepreneur instead of an investor?
I think if you're an investor, you only need to make the decision, right? You invest or not invest. But if you're an entrepreneur, you need to solve, I think, all of the problems or questions in the company, no matter it's big or small. So I think it's like a mommy or daddy in the family, like that. So it's different from the investors.
So do you guys agree with Robert, like mom and daddy in a company as an investor or leader? So what about Alice? How do you define your role in your NGO program?
So I'm a very early stages of ideation. So it's more of piloting. So when I went on field work, the Forum for World Education sponsored a pilot of my research and what the outcomes are going to be for education aspirations have. And so I more or less had been just the lead of ideas and making sure that it's implemented. So I have volunteers in schools who include teachers, head teachers, as well as university students who volunteer on the project. I did that in 2021. There hasn't been much in 2022. As I said, the idea is still evolving, and so there's much to expect. But I think leading is more or less making sure that things are get done and you're making the right thing. I think one of the things that you asked that was very important is how to balance profit and the impact that you are making as not-for-profit or an NGO organization. For me, it's not really about making excessive profit, but from where I come from and what I have seen in terms of poverty, especially among young girls in rural community, although I wouldn't want my just for free, but making sure that the right people who need the services are not denied. And so if it's making sure that you read the right investors, or you make a balance of those who can access, so building on equity as a foundation of the idea and making sure that those who can pay for the services are paying, and those who can't are allowed to access it for free to some extent. So I think that would be like the broader idea about profit making or not making profit at all.
So what are the biggest difficulties when you're doing your job? You said you're not an entrepreneur yet, but I think you have to balance, just as you said, balance the perfect and non-perfect. So any challenges?
Balancing is very important. So when I was on the field work, I was collecting data for my PhD, as well as piloting my idea and to see how feasible it was. I think it's more of how to, again, be a risk taker. But most importantly, in my case, is learning about time management and knowing yourself better as an individual. So I set targets for myself. I knew the time I had on the field. I knew when I could collect my data, what plan Bs that I had, and how I could manage the demands that I had on the field. And so for me, time management, having a plan B, and making sure that you know who you are. Knowing who you are is knowing the kind of risk you can take, your threshold, your well-being, your mental health being, so that when you know you are tipping off, you can take a break and take care of yourself as a leader, because you need to rekindle, you need to refuel yourselves to think and to lead the team that you have.
Thank you. So what about Nick? Because I know Panda is aimed to promote sustainability, right? And also inspire young people. And during your very rich journey of traveling and your work, is there any hard time that for you that once maybe you just very close to giving up or rethink your career decisions?
So I think for the question about NGO experiences and for profit, as a founder of a company, I do think it's not actually a conflict, a conflict in the in the next generation. What I mean here is actually I see more and more hybrid models to find out a way to solve the problems, and also I see the companies as a engine to solve the most common challenges in the past generation. But in the future generation, I do see our companies needs to reshape and reimagined, as a more hybrid and more inclusive model to embrace, not only the profits about the investors, but also you have to care more about the community and care more about the global maybe something about the global scales. So I think this became more consensus of our society. So that's why I think in the future maybe we will redefine what we think about the CEOs. And the CEOs not the best CEOs are not those people who can make profit, best. Maybe in the future, the most respectful CEOs are those people who can really balance and their profits, but at the same time they can also care about society and care about their the employees and also care about the local community. So I think that will be a more common sense in the next generation. And you can also, maybe we have lots of privilege because we do something about education, right?
Hello, I think we've lost Nick again. But what Nick's been saying is really inspiring. He just mentioned that the CEO of the future generation who is the person who cares not only about the profits, right, but also cares about impact to the community and to the society. I think that's really a very interesting perspective. So I look forward, maybe some people from my audience today, they will grow into a CEO like what Nick said. So I think when I was listening to Nick, I was thinking that's why we're talking about ESG a lot, and we're talking about impact investing a lot these days, because we care not only about the profits right now, we care about the sustainability, and we care about the future of our world, our globe, and we know we've all been talking about climate change. We're all been talking about the losses of jobs. There's a lot of issues going on right now. So as a young entrepreneur yourself, I wonder, do you think there are any new business opportunities for young entrepreneurs to start up a company, especially under the very complex circumstances right now? So let's start from Robert. Okay, can you tell us something, how you think about the future opportunities for young entrepreneurs to be?
Yeah, and I think there are lots of old industries can changed by some new tools like artificial intelligence, which means if we use AI as a tool, we can use this tool in a lot of industries, such as the pharmaceuticals, such as the computer science, such as some, maybe you want to do some company service like SaaS. All of them you can use AI as a tool, which means AI plus concept is a good way to do business in next generation, I think. And also, if I think maybe now the young people don't like to have limitations, which means the metaverse or Web3 is a good way to do, because you can cooperate with any people in this world, and there are no limitations from the countries or different cultures, which means it's a good way to cooperate with different people and different kind of guys, and you can do a lot of creation things, such as you want to do fintech, you can use a Web3 technology to transfer money from different countries. And if you like the arts, you can use the NFT to help your favorite musicians to make their rights online, such as that.
So I was wondering, how do you utilize an artificial intelligence or advanced technology to longevity?
I can give you a brief introduction because if you want to do something in longevity industry, you need to have lots of data, such as maybe if you figure out if you are 30 years old guy and your body, your biological age is maybe 35, how to figure out and how to help this kind of people to be younger or be healthy. You need to not at first you need to collect maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people's data, and after you found the baseline, and you need to use some machine learning to find which group of data is a baseline, and maybe about this number is old and below this number is young, such as that. And also, if you want to find some new drugs or new things, if you only need people's experience, I think there's a lot of bias, and also you need to cost a lot of money. And if you use artificial intelligence, maybe the computer can calculate a brief conclusion at first. And after you get these conclusions, you only need, maybe before you use people, you need to use 100 groups of data to make the final decision. And after you get the brief conclusion from the computer, and you only need to 10 group of data to make the final decision, like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing. So what about Alice?
I believe the world of work is changing quite fast. And so there's a projection that the kind of works that will be in place in the next 20 years will be very different. 50 years will be very different from what we see now, especially in the fourth industrial revolution, where technology and automation is greatly expected in the economies of the world. So for me, it's more or less having the flexibility of work. And I think bank is a typical example of what the future of how work would look like. It wouldn't be just being an entrepreneur, or it wouldn't just be an employee. And we see that an influx of that currently, where there are a lot of people who do their daily jobs and still have a side hustle, what they call side hustle, or who are like us doing NGO work as well as working or being in school. And so it's that adaptability and flexibility in thinking that what are the skills that I have? Where can these skills be meaningful? How can I use these skills to impact or change the world? So I feel like every single sector is relevant. And most importantly, the pandemic has shown us what areas of our world of work needs improvement, needs attention, which are critical to the daily needs, the daily welfare, the daily well-being of people in the world. And so for me, the pandemic has changed us in many ways and can be a stepping stone or a springboard for young people to think, what are the ways that I can impact the world? What are the ways, what are the areas that the pandemic has shown I can use an idea to change? And for me, I would say education has shown to need a lot of reimagination, rethinking, where some of the ideas I share are gradually gaining momentum. And so in the next 15, 20 years, we'll see some of these things flourishing. And so these are areas that young people can look into: artificial intelligence, technology in education, technology in health, technology in water, and especially climate change and sustainability, as the earlier panel spoke about. And so what do we have to expect in the next few years with what is happening with our climate? how can young people bring up ideas, set up not just NGOs, but profit-making organizations as well, just to make sure that our world is sustained from being doomed.
Thank you so much. I totally agree. Because we are surrounded by so many global issues right now. We need to arouse our awareness and to change the world in the way we can. So that leads to my next question. I think not all the people are designed to be an entrepreneur. But for every young people right now, I think if we are prepared for the future, we have to be more aware. We have to be have more global perspectives, and we have to open our eyes for a brighter future. So what are your, do you have any tips or advice for the future entrepreneurs or the young leaders? Shall we start from Robert again?
Of course. And I think the advice, if you decide to be an entrepreneur, you better do things with long-term value and great social impact, and not only because it is favored by most of investors, but also because the small things also consume you lots of time and effort, and as much as those big things consume, which means maybe you can choose a thing which can make a lot of impact to the society. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. And what about Alice?
Yeah, I would remark by saying entrepreneurship is not for everybody.
Right.
And that is a caution that I would want to say, because it's gradually becoming more attractive and more people are going in. But there's also evidence that more people go in and step out. And so again, for me, is what I said earlier, the flexibility of thinking. If you want to try it, take the risk, but make sure that, as Robert said, it is a meaningful risk that you are taking. It's not just about the money that you would make, but equally the impact that you make. But then if you start and you see it is not yours, there's so many things that you can do. You can support an existing entrepreneur, which becomes an employee. You can consult. You can invest in enterprises or NGOs. And so for me, it's not about being fixated that everybody should be an entrepreneur. It's about exploring yourself, taking the risk. If it works for you, yes. If it doesn't, that is not the end of the world. You have tried, and you can use that knowledge that you have gained to impact in other areas.
Thank you so much for your advice. I think in a world full of uncertainty, the only thing certain is that we should be more resilient, right? We should have that ability of risk taking, and we should give back to society and be more sustainable. So thank you very much for sharing with us all your insights on leadership and entrepreneurship. They're all very inspiring and very helpful. So this is the end of the panel. Thank you for staying with us. And now I will give the floor back to my dear Angel.
Thank you very much, Elaine, and thank you very much, Alice. Thanks for waking up at 4 a.m. in London. That's a lot of commitment right over there. And thank you, Robert, for explaining how you shifted your role from an investor to a entrepreneur right now. And thank you, Elaine, for the wonderful host. And thanks to Nick Zhu, who has joined us and is doing very well with this. So very much of a lot of appreciations towards you guys, and we're planning to jump to the third panel soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Hi, Yunfei. Hi, Barbara. Hi, team. Hello. Let's see. I think we will be able to get Yunfei's equipment looks very professional because he's doing.
Thank you.
doing a
Thank you.
lot.
Just for this.
Yeah.
I did it just for
Exactly.
this.
I totally buy it. I totally buy it. Yeah. Okay. So let's wait for Barbara and team to be on camera, and then we will be able to get into the third panel. So I think the third panel is very interesting that we got three of our speakers here. I'll be the panel host. Spencer will join us if he finishes his call at an earlier moment. He messaged me that there's something that he needs to be in charge with, so that I must I'm also glad to take on the responsibility to be more communicating among us. So I think the third panel is very interesting because the first panel we discussed about sustainable development, sustainability, which is the broad topic. Everything needs to be sustainable. And then the second panel we talk about youth leadership, which anchors the main theme of what it is, of why we have this between Forum for World Education and New York University Shanghai, NYU Shanghai together, is because the young leaders are the future generations, also the mankind that will be main population that are leading the coming up challenges and the coming up excitements that are in the business and politics and technology world. And we're jumping to our third one, which is called Technology and AI panel, because as we know today, no matter it's AI, machine learning, blockchain technology, 5G robotics, or like cloud computing, all the technologies are being leveraged in solutions to achieve a better business, to achieve SDGs. And the technologies also connects citizens, students, and professionals around the world to monitor and track the impact and optimize, of course, their efficiencies of work. So I think it's very interesting that today we get to talk about technology, and we're very glad to have our round of speakers here. So yeah, so let me briefly introduce our speakers. First of all, we have Yunfei from Beta Fellowship. Beta Fellowship, the founder of Beta Fellowship, which has also helped us a lot to co-organize, help us a lot with this event, bridging a lot of speakers and young entrepreneurs to this event that leads to the wonderful panel that we get to see today. And so we will have Yunfei to share more about Beta Fellowship later. And then we also have Barbara, who is the founder and creator of UniCareer. I think everyone who's been in the US or Canada definitely knows UniCareer because it's just like everyone has followed it. And then we have Team Wang, which is I have high respect for Tim because he has like great academic background as a Harvard Baker Scholar. At the same time, he's also bringing the technologies from General Electric back to China to contribute himself to the system of water purification and a lot of technology into the water systems. So I'm very excited to what we're going to have today. And why don't we start with Barbara? Why don't we start with the lady that is going to share with us with UniCareer? Then we go around with Tim and Yunfei. I think you're still muted, Barbara. We can't hear you. Yes, we're good now. Oh, it's muted again. I think when we jump to the panels, we get some technology issues. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, but did you hear me, or I can hear
now
you?
It's good.
Actually.
Now it's good.
Oh, okay, perfect. My name is Barbara. I'm the CEO and founder at UniCareer. UniCareer is an e-learning platform that we closed our Series C founding for approximately 2 years ago. We're in the industry for approximately 9 years. After graduating from Princeton, that I joined Morgan Stanley, then I quit, then I founded UniCareer. I was also the Dota Championship back to 2011. It was the champion for that. Dota, whether I don't know whether some of you were playing that games before, and that's all about me. UniCareer is actually the leading company on the career developing e-learning platform in China right now, and we actually got founded from New Oriental before, and that's all about us. Nice to meet all of you guys.
Thank you, Barbara. And Tim, would you like to have a brief introduction of yourself? And if you
sure. Can I say for the last, because I do have a very quick page for my my self-introductions.
Okay, sure.
Presentations, yes. Yeah.
Great. Yunfei, go ahead.
Sure. Hey, folks. This is Yunfei, and I'm the founder of Beta Fellowship. And Beta Fellowship is where innovators come here and turn ideas into reality. So bring it into a daily language. If you have a full-time job, you're looking for an opportunity to work at the next unicorn, or if you want to start a business yourself and still looking for ideas, Beta Fellowship is the exact place to help you build companies, network with mentors, and raise fundings from investors. And me personally, I have a technical background, worked at PM, and then started my own business, and then turned into angel investing, which all of that assets and experience kind of put me to where I am now, where I'm fortunate and grateful enough to be working on Beta Fellowship as my full-time every day. So
that's great. Beta has a lot of great events, and I found it very, very interesting. I think people should follow it. It's also a lot about technology and 5G and defining the future. It's very exciting. A lot of exciting talks as well. And Tim, are you ready?
Yeah. All right. So let me share my screen. Well, first of all, Angela asked me to just make a very quick presentation to talk about our business. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Let me just. I'm not the most technological advanced person, so like when I get a Zoom, it's always like a bit of a hiccup. So what we try to do here is to talk about our business and the impact. And since this is a lot about AI and technologies, and we're also going to talk about how AI and technology play a role of like empowering our business model. And I'm going to start with a quick self-introductions well, first of all, I'm a lot older than most people in this on this panel, and also if any of the audience. But I truly envy the younger generations have the forum like this to both exchange ideas and also learn about how they can dream big and change the world. So I grew up in actually during cultural revolutions in China. So I was born and raised in southern China in Fujian, and went to Jiao Tong University for my undergrad and graduate school, but mostly in the mechanical engineering, and got my MBA from Harvard Business School. And I was actually probably one of the earlier batch of people who can travel outside of China and educated in the US. Two important part of my career before I started my own business. So one was I was a management trainee in GE right after I finished my education at Jiao Tong University. And then the second one is I was running Ecolab's business in the Greater China region. Ecolab is a very interesting company, and that actually shaped a lot of the things that we try to do in general water technologies in terms of the business model and also the social impact. So today what we're going to talk about the business is really kind of centered around three key topics. One is what problem we try to solve, And every company, for them to have a social value and can have a long-term sustainability, and I think they have to address solve problems that can create a positive impact on society and also for the customers. So I think we're going to talk about it. And second is how we differentiate from our competitions. This is really about our business model. And last one is more kind of come back to the topic of today's panel and how technology and AI enables our model. This is a lot of companies, technology AI is core part of the business, but for us, this is an enabler and really make us different and also make customer experience better. Yes. Well, so first of all, as you can tell from the name of our company, General Water Technologies, yes, we are in the water business. And we all know that water is abundant, but also it's scarce. And this year already there's a lot of draw, even in China. And so by 2025, 2/3 of the population will face some sort of water shortage. So water is probably one of the biggest challenge ahead of us, alongside with the climate change. And second is we talk about the drinking water. The safe and reliable drinking water is a basic human right, but it's not readily available in many places. And as you can see from the pictures, and people in Africa or even some part of China, they have to go a long way to get access to clean and safe drinking water. And every year is about 1 billion people sick, and 1.5 million people die because of water-related diseases. And because of that, the pursuit of safe drinking water has created a gigantic industries we call packaged water industries. In fact, in China, there's 2 generations of the richest person in China are in the water industries. And the first one is the founder of Wahaha. He was the richest man in China about 20 years ago. And the second one is the founder of Nongfu Shangquan, Nongfu Spring Water. And he is the richest man in China right now. And globally, it's about $300 billion industries, and mostly dominated by giants like Coca-Cola, like Nestle, and many other consumer packaged goods companies. And then let's look at some statistics. So every minute, we consume about 1 million plastic bottles globally. And what does that mean? It means that when you stack them up, it's about the height of 7 Shanghai Tower. And every 3 hours, the plastic bottle we consumed, like you can essentially circle the globe, like for one round. And every year we consume about 500 billion bottled water. And if you stack them up, it essentially can be halfway from the Earth to the sun. So that essentially the plastic bottle we consume in 2 years can build a plastic bottle bridge between the Earth and the sun. And of course, we all know the consequences of these plastic bottle pollutions. And there's three key things that we talk about in our industries. And the first one is what people talk about microplastics, right? And out of these 500 billion plastic bottles, and only 14% was recycled. And the other all goes to landfill, goes to the ocean, and become the microplastics and come back to our food chain. And the second is, which is less visible but equally important, is the carbon footprint. And the bottled water, the industry generates about 55 million tons. It's about 14 billion gallons of CO2 emissions from where it's being produced to where it's being consumed. And a lot of this carbon footprint is invisible, but it's there. We actually did the statistics. If you drink like bottled water every year, and based on what we need for the daily consumptions, and the carbon emission of your water consumptions equals to the carbon emissions of your flight from Shanghai to Beijing round trip. And last but not least is the bottled water actually also brings quite a bit of the health challenges. And here's talk about the we call 5-gallon jug, the water cooler. That when you open the water cooler and don't use it, don't consume it within a timely fashion, and it actually harbors the bacteria. The second one is, which is being quite commonly discussed in the US, is if you open a bottle of water and put it in a car, and you don't consume it for 2 or 3 days, and it actually under the sun and heat, it will generate the chemicals that can cause the cancer. So there's a lot of research around the plastic bottle impact on both the environment and human health. So the question is, what we're going to do about it? And that's what the General Water Technologies. And from the day on that when we launch our business, and our goal is not just produce a better water filtration product. We actually wanted to leverage the technology and innovations to change the way we drink water. And also to the other big part of our ambition is to significantly or meaningfully reduce the plastic waste around the world through the innovations and technologies that we can bring to the industries. So in a snapshot, and for every company, I mean, especially for the people online who are thinking about starting a business, and the key is number one, of course, you want to focus on the big opportunities. And here we talk about $300 billion market and growing at double digit. And second is you want to talk about a big impact, especially social impact. And here we are trying to fundamentally change the way people drink water. And so who we are, I mean, we are essentially an entrepreneurial team. We are entrepreneurial business. And we have a world-class brand that GE is both our shareholders and also our branding and technology partners globally. And that's the third one is the technology innovations. Now we're going to talk a little bit about it. And the last one is innovative business model. And we actually call it as a water as a service, which I'm going to give you a bit more detail later. And so what is the water as a service? So unlike many of our competitions, when they come into the industry and they focus on produce a better product and they focus on selling product, but we actually take a step further. We say, well, our fundamental issue is not about producing a better equipment, it's actually addressing people's needs. Our customers, they don't need equipment, they need a ready access to clean and healthy water anytime, anywhere they go. So that's actually what the customer needs. And in order for us to meet the needs, we actually created the business models around the service. So that's why we call it as water as a service. And there's 4 major components of it. And number one is, of course, it's product and technology itself. And we actually building a lot of the innovations to differentiate ourselves against what's the market, like products available in the market. The second is the business model, and we call it subscription business model. The focus on lowering the initial cost, but I focus on generating a long-term revenue stream. The third one is the service, because all the water filtration equipment requires both installations, but also a maintenance and filter replacement. So we have built a nationwide service coverage in China, and we'll expand globally as we bring our business outside of China. And last but not least is we heavily leverage the recent development in the IoT and AI space to improve the customer experiences, but also improve our operational efficiency. So these are the product that we are offering in the market. So essentially, like what we call ourselves is like the moment you wake up and the water you drink at home, or you go out for running and the water you drink at the running track, and you send your kids to school, or if you are in school yourself, the water you drink in the schools, or water that you use to make a coffee, and so forth. And every place you go, you will see some type of a product or technologies there. And that's a big part of our offerings, which is we want to be a technology and innovation behind all aspects of your water consumption needs. And it's also a big part of the commercial reason behind it is because when we have enough of the applications, and we can actually drive the service density, because in one location you can get multiple service points. And the second is the technology. Unlike most of our competitions and who focus on using the reverse osmosis, which is called our machine that produces they call purified water. The key thing about purified water is there's nothing left behind in the water, including the minerals that important to our health. And so we actually adopt the nanotechnology that proprietary to us, that we can get rid of the bad stuff, chlorine, bacteria, virus, and heavy metals, but keep those metals that the minerals that are important to our health, and so that we can not only bring safe but also healthy water to our customers. And second is, of course, all around because it's public drinking solution. So we invest a lot in the like sterilizations and also water safety technologies. And we are the first one introducing in one machine can come out the purified water, hot water, cold water, and sparkling. And in fact, our sparkling is probably the best sparkling waters you can drink. You can find everywhere you go because of the freshness, because of the temperatures, and also because of the technology we use to get as much of the CO2 in the water as possible. And last but not least is our business are born in a IoT and AI era. So we heavily, almost all our products are IoT and AI enabled. And we have invested heavily in the R&D and manufacturing. And in fact, next month, one of our latest manufacturing center is going to be up and running in Ningbo, which is about 2 hours away from Shanghai. And the whole factory, as you can see from pictures, is going to run by robots and run by, is all fully connected. So IT technologies, we call it is an industry 4.0 plant. And then the other thing is about AI and IoT technologies. So for us, it's really focused on, one is using IoT to improve our operational efficiencies. So essentially, every machine is enabled with a sensor and enabled with IoT, and also we put in AI function in there. So when the machine has any issues, whether it's a machine malfunction or the user error, we are able to get the feedback right away and either address those issues remotely through IoT, the human-machine interface, or sending engineers to fix the machines even before customers know it. And that actually really enables us improve operational efficiencies. And the second is on a customer front. Our goal is to help our customers not only improve efficiencies, because we're building a lot of energy saving functions in the machines, but also helping them or help the employees better manage their health. As we know that the drinking enough water is very important to your health. And in fact, that World Health Organization suggests that for an adult, every day you should drink more than 2 liters of water. And what we found is not everybody does that. So we actually are building a personalized like tracking systems with IoT and near field technologies that so every time you drink water, we will calculate how much water you drink and how much minerals you intake, and we'll remind you if you don't drink enough water, that hey, it's a time to get up and go get a water. So that will help our customers to really improve the I call hydration, the healthiness of the people. So ultimately, our goal is through technologies and innovations, we will bring cost savings. In general, our water filtration technologies can bring about 30 to 50% cost savings compared with if they drink the bottled water or drink out of the water cooler. And second is, and of course, because of using our product and our service, and our customers not only save money, but also can help them achieve part of their ESG goals by reducing plastic waste and also the CO2 emissions. And last but not least is that the WELL certification is a big part of many companies is looking like going after this because it's an all-around employee health, environmental health type of certifications in the office space. So we also are helping our customers getting their office to certified by the WELL. So this is for our last page, and our vision is healthy water anytime, anywhere, and say no to plastic bottle by essentially bringing our product and solutions in every aspect of your water needs, every time you go and everywhere you can see. So again, I as a a formal young man, students. Now I'm kind of in the professional space for a long time and doing my own business. And I can't ask for better time right now in terms of leveraging what you learn and leveraging all the technologies available and making a positive impact on the society. So, and if anybody is interested in making the world a cleaner and safer place, and maybe general water technology also a place you guys wanted to check it out.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you for sharing us with the technology, because I found it very interesting that you brought basically the technologies to many extents from a US in enterprise with over 100 years old of history to China and doing water purification more than purification. There's like streaming as well, soda, and I've tried it. It's very good. And thanks for sharing that. I think it's very important for us to understand what is the trend and where we're heading to. That actually jumps to my second question to all of you guys, is that as we were talking earlier, that today we see that both government and business are leveraging to the advanced technologies to introduce new business models to promote sustainability and of course improve the living and improve the environment for today's business startups. As I know that all of you have international education background. I mean, it's all the top here from Harvard to Princeton to Stanford. We have the top here. Can you share with us how do those international education experiences allow you to become who you are today as a young leader, as a young entrepreneur? And Yunfei or Barbara or Tim, would you like to start?
I'll let Barbara go first.
I'll go first before then you turned right now.
Oh, okay. Well, so I'll go. Given that Barbara muted herself again. So I think honestly, Andrew, if you could just reformat, I guess, clarify the question a bit, is having an international background, how did it help or inspire the entrepreneurship that we're doing now? Is that?
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I think like all of us here, we share both China, US, or you're probably in some other countries that you get to have education from Europe and whatnot. Having that different perspective really is the edge. Like Tim just given a great example where, you know, he understands the market where he grew up with, and then, you know, he had spent time in the US and learned about the technology and had that exposure to the culture. And same thing to Barbara and myself as well. So I want to go into the details there, but I just want to say having that cross-culture experience, it's really a big part of us. And so it leaves us almost like no choice to have to do this kind of globalization or cross-border game, if you will. So it really, give us a good hammer that we have to recognize. And then meanwhile, we kind of look for an old problem that's been there for a long time. And then we use this new hammer that we have and our time and the experience has forged for us, and to go hammer out the problem that we feel drawn to. And so for me personally, Beta Fellowship is essentially the kind of the brainchild and the result of having that China and US experience and background, and then recognizing that there are a lot of Chinese founders in the States that we don't necessarily have a super strong and close-knit community like some of the other groups have. And so we saw that gap, and we see it's an old problem. So we just wanted to give it a shot at our own way, and it's been going well so far. So we're grateful in that nature. Yeah. So.
Mm-hmm. Can I follow up on that to Yunfei briefly? Because you mentioned about your company, Beta Fellowship, and I remember your slogan is where innovators come to turn ideas into reality. So you are basically creating a platform for overseas Chinese to innovate, to have their startup and find or to build the next unicorn. What vision do you have for this platform? What are you expecting out of it?
Yeah, in fact, when you think about US, right, you think about, let's say, Sequoia, YC, right, the kind of the mainstream, the native folks, they would go there. And if you think about China, like Zhongou Shangxueyuan or some sorts of other business schools that are very widespread that in China, that's kind of the circle where the Chinese business folks would spend their time and get to know each other. But if you think about the Chinese folks who are overseas, let's see in the US, there is no like kind of a go-to community for folks who, grown up in China and then had education in the States or had work experience in the States. And particularly, a lot of these folks are extremely promising talents. Like they work at major companies like Google, Apple, and GE and Morgan Stanley right here, right? So a lot of these folks are extremely talented. But everybody, as far as I know, before this community started to becoming a major solution, everybody has to kind of figure out their own way, right? 摸着石头过河. They have to figure out the stones, in the river and learn it one by one by their own mistake. So we just thought to ourselves, why not we bring folks together and we look at each other and share each other's mistakes and share with each other's learnings and lessons. And hopefully that speeds up things a little bit and give us a bit of not only rational efficiency, but also a bit of emotional support when things get tough. Like, hey buddy, hang in there. We're here for you. So that's kind of the idea.
Mm-hmm. And can you summarize the key elements that you see out of the entrepreneurs that are on the platform? Like, what are the key elements?
3 things: knowledge, people network, and funding. That's what folks really are looking for. When I say knowledge, I meant, in terms of the sequencing, how you find product market fit, how you figure out the go to market, and do you go with building your usage first, or do you go build team first, or do you go talk to investors first? Like these are some of the fundamental and basic stuff that maybe this panel, we already all learned the lessons and mistakes ourselves. So we don't think it's much of a complicated piece anymore. But if you think of like someone who just graduated from school and someone who just worked for 2 or 3 years, and for them to start a company, be like, oh my God, like, do I talk to investor first? Do I build my team first? Or do I figure out my product first? So that's the knowledge piece. And the network piece is, how do you meet your potential co-founder? How do you meet your early teammates? How do you find your early employees? So that's the kind of the social network piece. And the last piece is funding. Where do you get your first check? Right. So we really work super closely with some of the early stage investors to make sure these pre-founders and founders get good access to the first round of checks. So yeah, if you have a full-time job looking for opportunities at startups, or if you want to start your own business, come to betafellow.com. So
that's great. It is a great website. I think that people can find their knowledge, connections, and fundings over there with the membership. Yeah, Barbara, here I give the mic to you now regarding the questions. Well, at the beginning, what do you see that the international education experience allow you to become who you are today as a young leader, especially UniCareer? I think for our generation, like I was saying earlier, all of us must have heard of it, because it's just like when you are searching for jobs overseas, you just take into a look and then you will find unique career. So tell us about your experience. Barbara, you're muted again. Let's figure this out. Hello? Hello? We still can't hear you, Barbara. But no audio. Well, while Barbara is figuring that out with the technology issue, I think it's, I'd like to get this from advice from Tim, because Tim has been a very, first of all, he's highly educated, and then he's been having a lot of experiences in the professional experiences in the US. What do you see as when you were having this idea to land in mainland China? What do you see that was the main drive? I remember you mentioned that when you have a startup, you need to focus on two things: A, big opportunities; secondly, focus on there's a social impact. How do you evaluate, how do you define opportunities and social impact, and what led you to make the decision to come back and then start this entrepreneurial project?
Yeah, well, I imagine I think you have the two aspects of your questions. One is how the international background helped me with my career and with my my entrepreneurial pursuit.
Right.
I do agree with what Yunfei just said. The education and the exposure that I got when I was traveling around the world and living in the US, that really kind of gave me a lot of inspirations of, especially on the social impact part of it. The entrepreneurship, I think sometimes it's kind of embedded in your blood. I'm from Fujian. Fujian, for Fujianese people, is like a lot of people who wants to be their own boss. So that was probably difficult to be trained or to be educated. But I mean, the perspective and the network and the creativity or the openness to new ideas, really, I think the international exposures, whether it's educations or travel or live outside of your home country, whether it's China or other places, that helps a lot. That kind of helped me with some of the most creative part of my business ideas or business plan. But on the other hand, I actually also wanted to emphasize the other part of it. I mean, kind of the other side of the equation is it's also, especially when you talk about building a domain knowledge or building expertise or starting a business, it's very important to be very much grounded and in a specific market that you serve. In fact, in that aspect, the too much of the outside interest may hurt you or may hurt me versus people who are more local. If you look at the best companies, the local, the entrepreneurial startups, the most successful ones, and they tend to be more local. I mean, whether it's Alibaba's Jack Ma or Tony Ma at Tencent or Meituan and Wang Xinghai, and of course, Wang Xing spent a year or two in the US. But I think one of the key things is important to both open to the outside ideas, but also make sure that you need to ground it like on the market that you're serving, and connecting with the customers, understand the opportunities, and coming up with the solutions that really works in that specific market. So I would say that this is a very fine balance that we have to have. And when we talk about both leveraging, but be careful of not letting your international exposures to carry away what you can do. I mean, the things that you have to do to learn about local markets.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the fact that you mentioned about building up your expertise in the area and fitting it into the right place has been very much of an inspiration to us to understand the other side of the equation, not just like, I mean, the academic part and the professional experience part, but also you do need to have an expertise that is something that leverages you, that's something that you leverage to gain and promote and to advance. Thank you, Tim. And I also think that you do leverage it very well, as I know GE Waters. What GE Waters is doing is using the GE business model, basically the General Electronics model, to not to sell the water, but using it as a way to promote, I guess, more of building connections and setting up different plots to promote GE Water. So I think, yeah, that's a perfect example of that. Thank you. Now I turn to Barbara.
I'm trying. Did you see me?
Yes.
Can you actually hear me? Perfect. So right now it's okay. Perfect. Yes. Wow. Okay. So I thought a lot of you guys could have heard about the Steve Jobs have that the closing ceremonies talking about the connecting adults. I love the sentences before. I talked about this 10 years ago, and right now I still talk about it. In 2005, there was a graduation ceremony saying that life is all about how you get connected adults, that you get meet different people and embrace them, or you get connected, or it's a white tie, it's a weak tie, or it's a strong tie. It really depends on you. Well, I never thought I would get a green card at United States because I played the World Craft Games. I never thought about that. And that really helps me to choose. I can start my own careers, but not just working for Morgan Stanley when I would just want to quit and quit right away and not to think about my visa stuff, right? It's all about connecting adults. And I never thought that I would get my first check, or actually the Andrew round founding, because I went to KTV with some of the investors, and I thought, whoa, Barbara, really good at singing songs, especially the jazz. Well, these are really good things though. I really want to talk to her because she's really sings very well. Yeah, I do things before when I back to Fudan. I was used to the top singer when I back to school, university. And how I get connected, one, then I connected others. Then I realized that when I go to United States and I connected things that are back to my university at Fudan. And when I going back to at 2016, I go back to China to get UniCareer, get grounded at Shanghai, I realized, oh, okay, I connected someone, even though it's a weak ties from United States. I have mentors back to there. I also have a mentor from Coca-Cola. She's always saying that don't be defined by what you didn't know. And all those words, sentences, and all about those ego stuff, those helped me to grow. And I feel really grateful and thankful for the people that I met before in the past 10 or 20 years in my life. Without them back to or Shanghai or in New York, I won't be who I am right now. And it's good for me as well that I connected all of them together. It's like UniCareer. UniCareer is also connecting all those people all together. And we're not only a platform, I thought, and the experiences and all the capabilities you learn, you gain from all the process help you to become who you are right now. And I really like who I am right now. I like all the experiences that leave behind. It have scars, it had the bad memories, but it do have the grown-ups. So connecting adults, being thankful for what you get right now will help you grow later on, a bigger you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Barbara, for the energetic talk. You just fired up the stage again. There's one sentence from you that when Beta Fellowship's Yang Fang connecting us together, that she mentioned that you said was 创业8年从无顺境. Having been entrepreneur, the experience for 8 years, but you were never in a favorable circumstances. Elaborate more about that to us. And Yunfei and Tim, please reflect on it with your experiences. What do you think of that?
Okay, I'm gonna start first. Well, when I said the words that 创业8年毫无顺境, that's all because of the 6 years ago, I read a book about the hardships. I don't know whether probably some entrepreneurs have read the books before. When I was back to the United States, I read a book. I feel I wasn't actually really inspired by the books because this is all about so hard. It's really hard. And later on, when I realized that there is a curve for the entrepreneurship. When I started UniCareer or when I started my own business, I feel so energetic and I thought I would change the world. I have so great business models. I have the team. I have someone who's going to support me to going further on. But after 5 years, I would say 5 to 6 years, there's a curve and then you going down. I realized that, okay, especially thanks to COVID-19, we got a really huge obstacles for our business. We can't really grow. There's the team was split. We have the team back to New York. They have some problems as well back to there. I realized that, okay, I lose a lot of the energy and I don't know why I'm doing this. I probably lose some of the fundamental thoughts at the very beginning. Then I have 1 year. I actually doing nothing. Thanks to my partners, thanks to my friends, and I was staying there without doing anything, just thinking about what I'm going to do next, what I'm going to do for 1 year approximately. Then I drop it back. So that's more like a wave that you have a really down period. Then you must have to live with yourself for that moment. Then later on, you have that energy back. Then you're gonna go to the next stage or waves and to have to meet another obstacles. Well, it's all about the people. People is for human beings is the most complicated ones than the business. If you're growing the business into 100, 200, or even 1,000 people within your companies, you will realize that you have such a great ambitious about what you're going to do, but you're probably going to draw back or lay back by I would say it wasn't about the management skills. It's about how your organization chart look like and how you gonna influence others. It's not only about leadership, it's about all about the stuff you're gonna get. It's probably.
Thank you, Barbara. I think that's great. So yeah, Yunfei, so since you're dealing a lot, you're creating a platform and you're knowing a lot of like people who are having startups. While many talk about how great it is to start a business, very few are honest about how difficult it is to run one. And tell us about your reflection about Barbara saying about 创业8年从无顺境.
I totally agree. And in fact, I would say when folks are starting, we're starting at zero. And when we give it a shot, we have a hypothesis, we think, oh, this product might work for the brilliant reasons that we list out in our own heads, and then we ship it out, and then we're proven wrong, right? And then we were like, you know what, let's give it another try. And then we keep trying it, give it like a 10 or 20 times. Just imagine you have given something that all you got, and it still doesn't work the way you want it to. Now, that is the moment when you're like reaching what probably Barbara says, oh my God, I'm a little burned out. I'm just getting really exhausted. And I really just sit back and either draw more energy or think about a different way to approach the problem. And sometimes folks do both. So when I give you an example, when we are thinking about Beta Fellowship and we're helping entrepreneurs, and we thought, oh my God, folks really need knowledge about the whole playbook and how you go find users, how you go build product and things like that. No, but once we talk more with the founders and pre-founders, we realize folks are really looking for more efficient ways to find customers. So knowledge is only a means to an end, right? So we essentially pivot the whole thing, and we have to scratch the entire, some of the programs that we designed, and we have to restart it. And that was a major moment for us to tear down the existing pricing structures and channels and all that stuff. And I'm sure Barbara and Tim they just had the whole iterations, something along those lines many times, and then find that reason that keeps them going. It could be reason that they love this game. They absolutely love the craft they're doing. Or it could be they're motivated by their teammates. Some of their co-founders are already teammates are just so good. They enjoy working with them. And that's another fold of reasons. And last fold of reasons that we often see with beta founders is very personal. I literally just talked to a founder before I came out to this call right now, and he was like, I just want to build a startup as if, you know, it's the best war in my life I've ever fought. Like, I just want to give it a solid 5-10 years. And if it doesn't work out, I'll say goodbye to it. But I wanted to give it a good shot, right, before I just work at a corporate forever. So those are the kind of 3 common reasons that keeps folks going. And so if you're a startup or a pre-founder, you're out there right now and trying to figure out, or you're in the struggling state and trying to find one of those 3 reasons that would give you the reasons to keep going.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much, Yunfei. I think that's a good example that you've been given as well, while you were thinking that people might want the knowledge, but it's more of a means to the end, but people really want to know how to sell or how to make the actual in the end of the return. So Tim, you are more of a senior in this. You had like more professional experience, and with your entrepreneurial in both the US and China, have you how do you turn your hardship into happiness? How do you manage things when you
the entrepreneurship is a classic kind of dilemma, right? And it's both painful, but also you get a lot of joy or satisfactions out of it. I was actually in a forum that organized by one of my investors, so GGV. It's one of the top private equity funds in the world. They organized, it's called GGV Omega. So in our class, we have about 60 entrepreneurs in different stage of their life cycle of their companies and in a different industries. And there's this guy's building the first flying car in China. This other guy is building the like automatic the warehouse systems. And so just different type of entrepreneurs and different stage. And you can see that when they are on stage, you see the passion, you see the spotlight. But I mean, when we are kind of in a private conversations and people more talk about some of the hardship that you go through, fundraising or managing the delicate people issues. And one of the guys, and he was like, he showed us a picture of him when he was young. He's like fit and good looking, and then now he's like a bit choppy and with this. Hey, look at the point in his stomach, saying this is like 一肚子的委屈哈. So, well, essentially that's how entrepreneurship work. And you wake up and you have to go out and motivate your team to move forward. But in the meantime, when you're facing challenges, and you have to hold it to yourself. And maybe with a small group of people. So, that is what the daily life of an entrepreneur. I mean, in different stage of the development, you will face different challenges. It's not like there's no point in your life that this. It's just different. I mean, the bigger the company goes, and the bigger challenges you face. So this is 不归路 it's no way. I mean, there's no way to turn back, and when you are on that path. But with that said, and I do think if there's 1 or 2 things that you need to have in order to sustain and make you like keep going down the path. Number 1 is I do think the sense of you are doing something significant. Whether it's to you personally, or to the people around you, or to the world, the greater world, right? I mean, so because everybody doing this, not, I mean, after a certain stage, you're not doing this for money. You're doing this for a sense of accomplishment and sense of impact. So I think if your business have that, and you can feel it, I think that really can help you overcome the challenges, like the things that Barbara mentioned about. And the second is who you work with in terms of the team, in terms of the shareholders you have, the customers. And I think they are often they are the people who motivate you and give you tenacity. I mean, so we have our kind of family day every year. Last year when I was, we had the sports day. I mean, we have a close to 200 employees in Shanghai that they bring their families. And I was looking around and say, wow, man, this is 200 families. Like their paycheck, their kids' education, their food are depending on success of this company. And they work so hard and they give 100% to the company, and we cannot let them down. So I think that's another thing that as an entrepreneur, like the people you work with and you feel responsible for, or the customers you serve, like really make any difficulties or challenges become more bearable or less of issues. So I think that's probably the two things that I will give to people in the audience here is focus on things that you have impact or you have passion for. And second is focus on who you work with or who you serve. And I think that will make the difficulty a lot easy to manage.
Right. I think that's very inspiring. Being, find the significance, and also when you're talking about you feel responsible for the clients and the people who works for the company, it's more of a social responsibility. It's a corporate social responsibility that it's been focusing on. So I think these two are the true drive of sometimes that allow us to really conquer the hardship and turn it into happiness. So that jumps to my next question, because three of you has been talking about, oh my God, startup is so hard. Having a business is challenging. It's not that easy, especially during economic downturn and with the economic uncertainty that is going on around the world. The things are going around in the world. What are some powerful principles if you hold? Because a lot of people that are watching today are students from NYU, students from all over the US and Canada, and some in Europe, European countries. So what are some of the powerful principles that you follow, like allows you to muscle up your mindsets? Because you all talk about how challenging it is, but you are all doing it. So tell us about it. Like, what are the principles that allows you to muscle up your mindsets? If you want to jump.
Okay, sure. I'll jump. I'll jump in. So I think your question is around how do you muscle up your mindset in things like the overall economic downturn when big trend is not going well, right? In that specific context. So I'm a big believer in this Chinese proverb of 物极必反, right? So as in, if things are going to one way, well, just like ocean's tide is fading away, let's say the water is fading away, well, the beach is going to have a bunch of clams, crabs, and whatever that's left on the beach. Well, if the water starts to come out and cover the beach, then you have fish right underneath the water. So you just need to know that the opportunities are still there, but just the ways of getting these opportunities have been different. Now, very specific example for beta, like right now we serve a lot of pre-founders and founders, right? So in theory, folks really aren't that active anymore about starting new companies when it's hard to raise money. Well, actually it's quite the opposite, because a lot of the founders and pre-founders now are actually careful and thoughtful about what kind of business they want to dive into, and they apply a lot more rigorous thinking into choosing the model, into picking out the right segment, into finding out the right teammate, because they recognize, oh my God, it's a hard environment to raise money, right? So there are actually more folks coming to us than when there's good economic opportunities. And another one is with the global, tension of geopolitical, geo-regions and things like that. So information becomes sometimes less transparent than before. Well, then there are these information providers and vendors like us. We actually find ourselves in great value to serve some of these parties that where in the past information just flowing in all over there and folks can just easily access it. But now because things a bit, folks are less willing to talk to each other. So we're kind of acting as a bridge to still keep these key communications going. Like some folks from Singapore, they want to visit China, and some folks from US, they want to go to, visit China. And so we definitely wanted to facilitate these things in a compliant way as well. So there are more things, there are more opportunities than solutions, as always. So that's kind of the mindset that we keep on top of mind for us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Barbara, what do you think? You're muted again, Barbara. We need to feel your energy. We need your energy.
I have a guess, Barbara. I think maybe your mic, like check your mic's input device. Is this still your default mic? Okay, wow.
It's probably connections, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're back.
No.
No, you're gone. Yeah. But I just want to jump in. What you were saying during the economic downturn, beta actually has get more attention. I think it's the same for team, right? Like with COVID lockdowns, actually more people are paying more attention to, oh, we gotta drink like purified waters and things like that. So it's like opportunities during the economic downturn times, during the challenges.
Yeah. Yes. It's interesting that during the lockdown, one of the hot selling items that we have is actually the potable water filtration system. That a lot of people used to buy water, and during the lockdown, they actually couldn't buy the bottled water anymore, and they regretted that they don't have a water filter at home. So, and by the way, I was noticing that you guys haven't drinking any water during this 30-40 minutes. I will highly encourage when you kind of on this yes, there's a water, yes.
Water.
And drink water, drink water is very good to you. No, I'm gonna give you two one very practical suggestions or my own experience, and the other one is probably less practical but works for me, like keeping up these energies during the tough time. The practical one is for any startup, whether you're doing a social enterprise, or you're doing a kind of startup businesses, and people often letting their enthusiasm overrun or overtake the reality, especially in the cash flow. So cash management is the most important thing for a startup companies. So watch your cash like a hawk, and making sure that you always, project out. That's actually the first thing I learned from Harvard Business School. We have a class called the Entrepreneurial Manager. And the first class they teach is how to do a rolling 3 months cash flow forecast as an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is as much about dreaming big, but also it's about risk management and cash management. So that's kind of practical suggestions, and for anybody who's interested in doing startup and making sure you learn enough about the cash flow management. Second one is I like to exercise. So in the tough times, and I go out for a run. When I have difficulties and I have difficult challenges, I go out for a run. I do triathlon, I do different type of sports. That really helped me keep my energy level up and deal with sometimes very stressful situations and running startup companies. So that's my two pieces of advice.
Thank you. Yeah. Barb, are you back? Oh, you're not. Oh, you gotta, yeah. I think we got a lot of advice from you that has been really helpful. I've been taking a lot of notes during our conversations. I think that today I will do a brief summarize up before Barbara jump in. Maybe she will do the summarizing for all of us. I think that just like what you have been talked about, like all of you three, like even though there's a lot of challenges that are facing in different parts of the business, from the startup of what we believe it is to be what it actually is, to the fact that now to find funders, to find the knowledge, the connections, and the funding to connect the dots, and then turns that into a sustainable thing, because you can't lose your energy while you're while you are making this sustainable. So in order for it to be sustainable, you got to be focusing on the big opportunity and at the same time focus on the social impact that it has. So I think today's panel has really been helpful to giving I believe I see that Chancellor Tong and our chancellors and also FWEs are also still online watching this. I really appreciate that we've all been together for the last half of the day and enjoying this conversation together and really get into the opportunity to discuss these important issues. And yeah, if you guys have any final remarks, please jump in. Otherwise, we are happy also to call this a great and inspiring session for us all.
Very well. Thanks for having us, and come over and drink some good water. I mean, if you, and then learn about how the water can make a difference on the world, drinking differently. Okay.
Exactly. Change the world with a bottle of water. I remember you said that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks all.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you, everybody, for attending Forum for World Education. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we hope that you can visit our website to learn more on www.fweforum.org, or you can contact us at the following email. And thank you very much today, NYU, for the participation of NYU, Shanghai, and the participation of all students that are in this sessions together. And thank you very much for the organizers, David and Patty, and the Fa Zheng group. Thank you very much again. And thank you, everyone. Good evening and good night to many of you, and good morning. And we look forward to seeing you soon in Young Entrepreneurs Forum and Forum for World Education. Bye.